Woohoo! Sunday night chillax. How you guys doing tonight?
Chillaxed. Yeah.
Chillax.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too. Cheers, fellas. Tonight I got Primal Man Gene with me and Imitation Flannel, Gonzo. Good to see you guys.
What's an imitation flannel?
Well, this is imitation flannel right here.
Oh,
It wants to be flannel, but it's not.
It's just not. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I miss the old flannels, Gonzo.
I'll be bringing back the flannel is gonna come back and it's gonna be big.
Bring them back. Don't throw them
In a
out.
big way. Oh no, not at all.
Well, I want to welcome everybody that's joining us tonight. And I think we'll have a few people coming in. I see we got a thumbs down already. So I think the person that gave us the thumbs down does not hold himself accountable. I'm just going after it right now. So, but tonight's topic is going to be accountability. And how important is it? How important is it to you? How important is it to others? So I always take notes, and I think first let's go to Gonzo. Gonzo, what is you're our fact checker, so what's the definition, the Merriam-Webster definition of accountability?
Well, I found this beautiful one here. It's actually from Cambridge.
Okay.
And it says here, accountability, the fact of being responsible for what you do and are able to give a satisfactory reason for it, or to the degree to which this happens.
Okay. Break that down for us a little.
Yeah. So either you're able to give a satisfactory reason that you are responsible for something happening, or, getting a task done, whatever it may be. Or like, for example, here, it actually gives, some examples. It just says, there were furious demands for greater police accountability. It's kind of like responsibility, right? That's basically what it is. It's responsibility. And I guess a way to describe it. Accountability is important these days, and managers aren't always willing to adopt risky strategies because they'll be accountable for it. They'll be responsible for the consequences of, their choices going wrong.
Okay. Now, would you guys agree that we live in a world right now with a very big lack of accountability? I mean, think about that. Think about like all your news stations and your CNNs and whoever, Fox News even, but people can say anything they want. We live in a lack of accountability, not just on news stations, but on YouTube. I mean, because you're on a channel here and you say something, I think that a lot of people, because you're watching us live or you're watching these bigger content creators live, that just because they're saying it, it's true. And they don't have to be held accountable for things that they say. Okay? I lost my train of thought, but so I have a list here. Now, accountability, how important is it? When you hold yourself accountable, do you consider that a weakness or giving in to somebody? I'll start with you, Primal Man.
No, consider it a strength.
Okay.
Say the question again, though. I want to make sure I answer it in full.
Okay, does that mean you're being weak or giving in?
When you hold yourself accountable?
When you hold yourself accountable to somebody. I'm being very specific.
Oh, to someone. Okay. No, I think it gives you power over a situation. I think it gives you power over someone else. Mm-hmm. If you hold yourself accountable to someone, that gives you the power in a sense. You delegate, yeah.
Accountability to say another person, is that a form of asking for forgiveness, do you guys think?
I don't think so.
In other words, is it for you or for them?
I think it's for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
I think that's why people are missing the power behind accountability, is because accountability is for you. So I mean, I can go into that deeper, but I'm not going to. We'll spread it out. I'll spread it out throughout the show. But it's power.
Yeah. I've got an example. Like, a lot of people, including myself, use Google products. I mean, actually, we're live right now through StreamYard, but on a Google product that is YouTube.
Mhm.
And so, whenever we're, using these products or whatever, you could say, we're accountable for what we do with them. But why are we outsourcing our services and our communication to these other services? Like, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But now, just as an example, you could easily try to make Google accountable and make all these services accountable for, affecting your life and censoring you and all these things. So why not have an alternate? Like, make your own system. So now you are accountable for your communications. You're accountable for everything going on 100%. I think it's kind of just like taking ultimate responsibility, right? But so instead of having other people kind of outsourcing your accountability to products and services, you sort of have everything to yourself, and now you are accountable for everything that you do in life, which is a lot for people to handle, right? Some people can't fathom the idea of being responsible for everything in their life, or at least a lot more things in their life, but I think you can do it. And I think it's freedom. Accountability is freedom.
Mhm. I agree with that a lot. It really is. I'll just give a quick personal. In fact, you guys know I was talking about earlier, but there's been a few people in my life recently that and one in particular that I have held myself accountable to, and we had talked about this backstage, that it is like a big weight off your shoulder. It's a big weight that's been lifted from me. And to me, that was liberating. It felt good. I said my piece. I held myself accountable, and it's over. There's nothing else I can do about it. So that was very, very uplifting, and just it was something that I needed to do, and I'm glad I did it. So, but let me see here.
See, that's a situation where you gain power.
Power for myself. Yeah.
It is. By claiming accountability, by taking accountability, you gain power because of that. I mean, for lack of better ways of describing it, I love that though. Accountability is power. I like that.
Yeah. Now we're all content creators. We're small content creators, but nonetheless, that's what we are. We do provide, we'll say, a service to people. Now, one thing I will say to the audience or anybody who's watching this now or in the future, that because I am on a platform, I expect you to hold me accountable for things that I say. I'm not saying hold me accountable for offending you, but hold me accountable for the person that I am.
Mm-hmm.
So when I come on here, I like to be very real. I like to be Tony, period. I know Primal Man is Gene, Gonzo is Gonzo. And this is why we all clicked. I mean, it really is. I think that's why we kind of get together, because I think real knows real, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
So, anybody that wants to reach out to me and hold me accountable for something that I said, I will accept it. So I just want everybody to know that. What do you guys feel about that?
Well, I just thought, this just came to me, but, all these people who get offended, they don't realize that they're accountable for, themselves being offended.
Mm-hmm.
They are. Nobody else is accountable for them being offended. That's their response to it. And they're overreacting. So I would say, yeah, they're accountable. You're accountable if you want to, for lack of a better term, if you're going to be a snowflake about things, you're accountable for that. There you go.
So let's talk about bigger content creators being accountable. Do you think that's, I don't think that's reality in a lot of this world. I really don't.
Like in what way?
Well, I think a lot of people get a big head, and when they're talking, they say things, let's just say, that aren't real, or they have no proof to back up what they say. Again, we look at somebody with a 300,000, 500,000, million sub count. And most people are going to look at the numbers and say, okay, wow, this guy is, he has 1 million subs, or he has 200,000 subs. So he has to know what he's talking about. We don't need to hold him accountable. And I think that's the farthest thing from the truth. That's why I had put something on my Instagram and Twitter about basically question your content creator, your favorite. Hit them with the hard questions and see if you get blocked.
Here's a question.
You're right.
Here's a question that I have. Do you have to have love to be able to hold yourself accountable?
It's a good smoke.
If you have no love, can you hold yourself accountable?
I would say it wouldn't be love. It would be more like you hang on to your ego. You don't let your ego go. Ego and pride. Because ego and pride are a killer. They're a killer to a lot of people.
Well, then you can break that down even further. Do
Yeah.
prideful and egotistical people have love?
Probably not.
Right. I would say, yeah, most likely no.
I think it's possible that you could maybe in like a, I guess, for lack of a better term, like a superficial way, you could have
Be accountable.
accountability and not have love, but you'll just be fragile. You'll be a fragile person. Like you may be able to take accountability, but at some point, because I think back to like when I was angry and stuff, and I was still responsible, and I like knew, like in the back of my mind, it's like, oh yeah, I know, like you can't play the victim card. If something goes wrong, then you just have to roll with it, right? And so I think you can take responsibility, and maybe that will lead, maybe that could lead to love along the way, but I don't know if they're related. I don't know about that. I think maybe in some sense.
Now, who are people that you would be accountable to? And when I say people on this one, your friends, your family, your wife, your girl, if you're a woman, your boyfriend. This is the issue that I have with accountability. Personal accountability for me is something that I have to respect the person that I want to hold me accountable. Does that make sense to you guys?
That's interesting. I never heard it put like that.
Yeah, I have to respect that person. Now, I'm not into these groups of men that hold each other accountable. I know there's groups of men out there that, whatever, hold themselves accountable. Myself, and this is me personally, I'm hardest on myself. So before anybody else, or I can offer anybody else to hold me accountable, I have to hold myself accountable first. And I think that's a real important step in this whole process. Now, I remember here a month or so ago, I actually asked Gene one time, I consider him a good friend, you remember when I said, I want you to check me on this?
Yeah, I remember.
When I say check me on something, that's basically hold me accountable.
Yeah, like be upfront with me about this particular situation.
So there's certain people that I would hold them accountable, and there's certain people that I wouldn't. So why is that? In other words, who is somebody that I would say, okay, hey man, you crossed the line, or you shouldn't have done that, or so where do we draw that line on who we approach to make themselves accountable? You follow me?
Yeah. Yeah.
For me personally, it's somebody that I give a shit about.
Right. That's the easy way to put it. I'm trying to look deeper into it though. It becomes at that point it becomes an external thing though. When you hold yourself accountable to someone, it becomes an external thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to look at alternative ways to approach it. So then where do you go from there? If it's external, can accountability be internal as well? You know, because say if you say, hey, I respect this person, therefore I hold myself accountable to them. If I don't respect them, I won't. That's the variables are completely external outside of you. Whether you respect someone or not.
What I'm saying though is what type of friend or what type of person would you say, hey man, you know, you shouldn't do that? I'm not talking about yourself. I'm talking about you telling somebody they need to be accountable. You follow me?
Yeah.
Or like our boy Grim says, you feel me?
Yeah. It would obviously have to be someone that you felt would be worth your breath, that would take the information and not, you know, have an outburst or not have a reaction of some sort, that would actually use it constructively. A teammate would be someone that you would do that for. You wouldn't do that to someone on the opposing team, right? You would do that to a teammate. Hey, look, man, like, you know, I need you to pick this up. You're slacking. You know, or you tell me, like, do I need to pick it up? I'm holding myself accountable for you to tell me, you know, what I need to do here if I'm slacking. So that would be something you would do that would be a part of teamwork. You wouldn't tell that to like a competitive, you know, business or whatever, or an enemy for that matter. You would tell it to your friends, your circle, your tribe. And maybe if you didn't expect someone to hold you accountable, do you really see them as part of your tribe? So.
Yeah, Joshua says, welcome, Joshua. Well, I want to welcome everybody. Anthony, Mighty Zane, I believe Vivian is here. Also, Emmanuel. I did see Niven earlier. So welcome, everybody. If you're here, drop and say hi. But Joshua says, a very deep friend or family, possibly somebody you're doing business with, certainly not a stranger. Yeah. I think there are times when you will hold a stranger accountable. I don't know what circumstance or context that would put that, but I think there are times when you would do that, you know.
So does the accountability come first, or does the respect come first?
I think for me, the respect comes first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think like holding yourself accountable to somebody, whether it's a friend or family member, is more difficult than people think. You know, whether it's a girlfriend or a wife or somebody like that, it's more difficult than people think because it's humbling. You have to lose your pride and you lose your ego to say that. I mean, think about it. And pride and ego are a very, very big thing. It's a very big thing, is pride and ego.
I'm trying to think of situations where I haven't held myself accountable or haven't held myself accountable to someone. And right off the top, I can immediately think of a situation where I didn't hold myself accountable towards someone. So think about that. What are some situations can you think of situations you haven't held yourself accountable in, and why? I mean, this is recently.
Well, that's a tough one, because today when I was thinking about this topic, I was thinking about that exact same thing. Like, where did I not hold myself accountable?
Mm-hmm.
And again, like privately, we talked earlier, and I told you guys about a person that I held myself accountable to, recently, like within the past couple of days. And it was liberating. It was a weight off my shoulders, but that person deserved that respect. So.
Mm-hmm. Are there situations where it's necessary to not hold yourself accountable to someone? That's something to look into.
Well, yeah, if they get offended, if somebody just gets offended at what you said, or it's just kind of this unfounded thing, then yeah.
And you know when someone's gonna get angry, like someone's gonna be impatient. Maybe they're pushing you. They being really pushy with you. I mean, who likes a pushy person? Does anyone like a pushy person? I mean, I don't like when people are pushy on me. If I'm going to hold myself accountable to you, I will. You don't need to push me.
Yeah.
Or to a particular thing that you want me to do. Not necessarily accountable to you, but accountable to that thing that you want me to do. There just might be a time where most cases, I'm not going to hold myself accountable to you or that thing.
Let's look what Mighty Zane says here. At what age is it responsible for a parent to hold a child accountable for their actions? In the West, I've noticed the word timeout for the child seems to hold them accountable, which is a joke.
Big joke, yeah.
Yeah, the whole timeout thing. I think that's something that would be a great question for like Michael Foster. So
I say you hold them little suckers accountable to from the day they're born.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my dad, he still holds me accountable. Let's just put it that way. Let me say hi to Timmy Kramer. He says, men need to be strong and reliable. Work is something he must embrace, making and saving money. If he doesn't do this, it will not be done by anyone else. Yeah, buddy, you nailed that.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate of holding yourself accountable.
Yeah, no one else is going to do it for you.
Yeah.
You're responsible for whatever. I take the high road here. Like I just put all the responsibility and accountability on myself. No matter how much I sit and say, okay, well, this person has a factor in it too. At the end of the day, I just say, well, you know what? There's many other variables that caused them to do that. But at the end of the day, this is on me, and I allowed it. So I just put myself. That's why I say it's power, because I take that power away from others. And I put it on myself. So anytime something goes wrong, no matter if someone else was horrendous, it's my fault. I let them do it. They were in my life for a reason. So it was my fault ultimately. It's just a good way to never blame.
This is, accountability. You got something to say, Gonzo? Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, I wanted to clarify, because I've just been thinking about this, right? Accountability versus responsibility. Like, what's actually the difference? And I just found this here, and it says accountability is literally the ability or the duty to report or give the account of on events, tasks, and experiences, whereas responsibility is an ongoing duty to complete the task at hand. So accountability is what happens after a situation occurs. It's how a person responds and takes ownership of the results of a task.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the responsibility to do something, and then after you've completed your responsibility, now you have the accountability for it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That kind of clears up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the manosphere war, we call it right now, if nobody's familiar with that, what's going on right now, I think the whole basis of this war is accountability.
Mm-hmm.
And people are being called out because of they're not congruent. There's no accountability for the words that they say. Again, you can say something, we could just come on here tonight and just absolutely lie our brains out about everything that's going on in our lives, And nobody knows the difference. Nobody knows the better.
Yeah.
But what's happening is, I think that we're not in one big happy world in the manosphere.
Yeah.
Know that it's not. And if anybody's watching doesn't know what the manosphere is, it's basically a men's community that men talk about men's issues.
It's a group of middle-aged moms that no, just kidding.
But it's a very helpful community to a lot of people. But I think what's happening is that there is a war, there is a purge going on, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. It's not a bad thing. So when people, I think what's happened is that when you follow somebody, and this is the problem, is that we talk about sheep and we talk about blind followers. And so a lot of these bigger creators have these blind followers. They have people that just follow them no matter what. What he says is okay. But now when they find out some truths about this person, they don't want to believe it. They don't want to accept it. They don't want to say, okay, I've given money to this guy. I've done, I've followed his teachings per se. So it's almost like a cult-like atmosphere where I can't believe, I won't believe, I can't believe it.
And that's just scratching the surface of the issue.
Yeah.
Like that's just like the first layer of dust. It goes so deep.
Yeah.
I've observed the manosphere, and I've observed a lot of things about it, and I haven't said much about it because I don't know why. Because I guess I haven't built that level of trust with certain people. With you two fellas, I do. I have that level of trust, but y'all are just a very small fraction of the manosphere. I feel like though the mark is being missed in a big way, and I think the purge is a result of that, of the mark being missed in a lot of ways. I think the intentions are right, but part of me knows that the mark is being missed, not in every case, but overall, I think as a whole, the mark is being missed, and therefore the result of the purge comes in. So I think it goes deeper than what we just see on the surface, because a lot of times we only see, oh, that person is grifting all these guys, but we don't see the deeper issue, I think.
Well, I think what the issue is that you say, why is this happening? In other words, why are men so gullible? Because, I mean, it's a simple, 2 + 2 to me is that.
Like when you say why men are so gullible, you're referring to creators or
no, I'm talking to people that follow a lot of these.
Okay, yeah.
And I just happen to know quite a few of these guys personally.
Yeah.
And I've actually reached out to a couple and gave them my opinion, on what I think of what's going on here. And I'll tell you what I've noticed. Where some of these guys, big content creators, and I'm not going to mention any names right now. But what I've noticed is, how do I put this in a good way? I don't want to say they talk down to me, but what it is I've noticed that the responses I get is not a pure response. Because they've gotten so much validation and so much just bootlicking from people they don't know, they can't ground themselves and really have an honest conversation about themselves and what they're doing. And if I was to tell you the names that I've talked to, your minds would be blown. So it's like, wait, you know me, you say you're my friend, but when I say something that offends you, which I notice a lot of thin skin in a lot of these guys, is like all of a sudden I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not stating a fact, I'm stating an opinion. Because you're my friend, and I give a shit about you, again, it's my way of holding them accountable. But I noticed kind of the backlash that I got.
And all of a sudden, you're the bad guy now.
Not really the bad guy, but
wrong.
But no, that's not what's going on, or
Right.
which they know damn well that's what's going on.
Do they, though? Do you think they really know?
I don't mince words.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get into specifics, but I do not mince words with people.
I mean, but do they really know, though? Do they really know what they're doing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what I really, really think is what it affects is their bottom line, period.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Absolutely nothing else. Because
that's the real issue.
The issue is that when somebody you know will call you out or talk to you like a friend, just like when I asked Eugene, a month or so ago to check me. Now, when somebody that says you're their friend and you want to check them a little and check them in a respectful way.
Yeah.
Because they think they're way up here. I noticed they tend to downplay, but you're still a friend, but they downplay your opinion on the issue. So that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, they talk to you from up here.
Yeah. When they need to talk to me right here.
Money corrupts. Money can corrupt.
It skews the vision. And that's why I've been talking a lot about validation, truth, projection. Projection is huge on YouTube. Huge. The difference with me, like today, tonight, when I just told you that I held myself accountable to somebody that was very important to me. I'm being straight up. I'm being honest. Okay. And I'm not sugarcoating shit. I don't have to give you names, but I'm telling you that's what I did. What happens is the validation, if somebody was to do that, their validation from all these people that that they don't know, all the avatars that are dropping super chats and what have you, they're going to miss that when it's gone. So you have to keep up almost like a facade. You have to keep that. And even when it comes to your supposed friends, they're still going to keep that facade going.
It's a drug dealer and its users.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
You got to keep them coming back for the hit.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of a side thought, right? But maybe maybe we'll get to this at like a later time. But you just made me think of this, right? Because with the money thing, okay, think of what it means when people talk about love in relationships and things like that. Love for other people. And then think about what it means to love money.
Yeah.
When most people think of loving other people, they think of like this tingly feeling or whatever. And then you say, well, what does it feel like to love money? It's not like a relationship. At least I don't think so. I don't think people are getting all like tingly over their money in that way.
I think they are, though. People are.
You think so? You think people get tingly like that?
Yeah.
Maybe so. Maybe,
whoa, I just made $2,000,
$2,000. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe, yeah. But I was just thinking,
have you guys ever seen one of these streams where go on some streams? I'll give you some names. I'll give you some names backstage, but go on the streams and I want you to look at the super chat money and I want you to go ahead and write it down. I'll give you a couple names and I want you to write it down. And when you see the amount of money that some of these content creators can make in a 2-hour show, you tell me if that doesn't affect their ego.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's be real. So what does that make people do? It makes them tailor their content exactly to what is going to bring in more money.
Yeah. Who are the people that are giving me the money the most? I want to tailor that to them.
Exactly. And a lot of it is the validation from the people. And it's also validation from your content creator. That's very important to a lot of people to see that little heart on their comment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's funny because one of the biggest things that really hit me hard last week was when one guy commented on one of my beard trim videos, my goatee trim videos, and I think I posted on Instagram and Twitter. But I thought that was, to me, that was not validation. That was genuine, because he talked about some of us don't have fathers to show us how to do this. And a simple beard trim video, it wasn't validation to me. It was heartfelt. I'm like, this is awesome. I mean, this is so cool. And I actually felt for the guy. I looked past his comment. Let's put it that way. I looked past his comment, and I thought about what I did is I actually kind of thought about, how did this kid grow up?
Yeah.
What was his situation?
Yeah.
That he had to go on YouTube and learn how to trim a goatee.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Yep. Exactly right.
That's not a form of validation for me. His comment wasn't to get validation from me. His comment was to thank me and say I didn't have a dad to show me how to do this.
Yep.
That, to me, that was the biggest compliment I've got on YouTube. That was huge for me. Mm-hmm. Something so simple. Anthony says, "Oh, Tony accountable." I was only late. I think we were late like 1 minute.
You know what I hold myself accountable to?
Well, you know what? I accept it, Anthony. That's for sure. So,
but when it comes to YouTube comments, I hold myself accountable to not give someone their own medicine back when they give me an angry hate comment, because I'm starting to get them here and there.
Yeah, I get them.
So. Yeah, so I hold myself accountable to not perpetuate their anger, their hate. So I hold myself accountable in that sense to them, because they don't need more hurt than the hurt they're already trying to project onto me. I'm not going to absorb that hurt. I'm just going to give them something that's not hurt back.
Otherwise, it's just hurt. It's hurtsturbation. That's what it is.
It's hurtsturbation.
Yeah,
it's a circle jerk. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten comments. I've gotten some comments that were just, as far as I'm concerned, troll comments. But I've also got comments that I didn't agree with, and my response would be, "Thanks for your comment. I appreciate it." And I look into why they're saying that.
Yeah, Gonzo got a really nasty comment he sent me earlier.
Oh yeah, I can share that one. It's fun, right? Because then sometimes, I'll wake up and I'll have a little email. It's like, you got a comment. I'm like, oh great, let's see what this is. And I always know when it's on my anti-natalism video, it's gonna get it's gonna get colorful. But this guy, so I made a video. Just a quick background. I made a video on the idea of low IQ parents having kids, and I believe that this is just an evil, stupid meme that people believe in. I think actually what we're having right now is an epidemic of dumb people not having kids. That's what I think the anti-natalism movement is, and it's just the black pill. It's the black pill of anti-parenting. But this guy, he left a comment. He said, "Anti-natalism, it's only rational. Fuck you if you don't like that. The world is hell. Most lives are suffering. Piece of shit." That's what he said. And man, that just fucking killed me. I was like, but it's sad that people are, it's like you literally get, like, people get angry over things that are good because they see it as evil. They say it because life is hard, because, your child is going to suffer in life if you have a kid. I don't even have kids, all right? I'm not even a parent. But
you know what I have to say to that?
Yeah.
I was waiting. Yes, you did it.
One more, though. The best one.
Amazing. Amazing.
I didn't even have to tell you to do it. I'm so glad you did that. That's great.
Yeah.
I want to recognize Emmanuel Godson here. He says the world is so full of negativity. You know, Emmanuel, I agree with you. To me, negativity is it's kind of a triggering word to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you why. And I'll go over this just real quick. And I've mentioned this before in my streams. When somebody, a lot of times when somebody says you're negative, okay, what it really means is they're not liking what you're hearing. And you're telling them the truth. That's their version of negativity. I'm not saying you're wrong, Emmanuel. You're right. The world is so full of negativity. But that word negativity is a trigger word to me. So when people say, oh, you're negative, or, you know, I mean, we talk about, you know, like before the black pill, when I heard the term black pill to me used to mean, you know, I don't mean to be so black pill. People have said that. In fact, AJ Cortez said that. But I think the term black pill has really changed. So I think that's kind of morphed into something else. I think the black pill now is considered the real truth. You know, where it was the red pill was the truth, but the black pill is the real truth. But I think when originally the black pill would be just a nihilistic kind of viewpoint. So
I want to share something with y'all that Michael Bunker posted that I really kind of blew my mind a little bit. Can y'all see that? Maybe Tony, you can put that on the main screen.
Read it out.
He says, what's weird is deciding whether something is true or not based solely on if you like it or if it fits your narrative. Imagine being that guy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we were saying. I would say the world, Emmanuel says the world. By the way, hey, Emmanuel, it's good to see you back again, man. I appreciate you. The world is so full of negativity. I would say the world is so full of a lack of love. This love thing that is sticking with me and Gonzo break it down often. It's powerful. Love, like no one knows what love is. And we have a world that's lacking in it. Therefore, it makes it a negative place to be. Society, not so much nature, but society-wise. A lack of love. A lack of a godly, brotherly, fatherly love.
Well, let's get back on accountability. Okay. Let's say we're going to talk about yourself now. You need to hold yourself accountable. And I'm big on that. And, you know, some people have said you're being too hard on yourself. But that's me holding myself accountable for things that I've done. Okay. I don't live in the past. I don't want anybody to get me wrong there. I don't live in the past. But as I said earlier, holding yourself accountable is a weight off your shoulders. It's liberating. It feels good because you've said your piece to a certain person or someone. So when you don't hold yourself accountable, okay, do you feel guilt? Do you feel depression? Or you just don't care? You guys tell me. I'm curious in the chat too, what they think about that. Do you see what I'm saying, Gonzo?
Hey, wait, give it to me again.
In other words, you know you should hold yourself accountable, but you don't. So how do you live with it? Do you not care? I think some people will get depressed about it because they can't speak up or they can't face the person they want to be accountable to.
Yeah, I think it's despair. It's despair. It's like listening to your thoughts and that sort of thing. I think that's what it is for a lot of people.
Here's where go ahead, Gonzo. Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
No, well, I mean, that's basically it, though, is like, I think, yeah, and it's also, I mean, it's like, we've covered this before, but it's like, it's easier to shift that over to someone else, right? When you've made the mistake, and so, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it is despair. I think despair for a lot of people. That's the reason why. they are that way.
So my response to that will probably get a couple of eye rolls in the chat, but we're looking at this from our point of view, from solid men on this panel, good men on this panel. We're looking at this from our point of view. What about these people that aren't solid people? What about these people that have no love? Now, my question is this. Possibly they don't even know what they're doing.
They don't.
Well, yeah, no, yeah, that's definitely, I agree with you 100% there.
They're lost in all forms. And we're not lost in a sense, so we can look back and we can say, well, why don't these people why can't they hold themselves accountable to this situation? But we're looking at it from our own lens, whereas these people don't even have that lens to look through. Is just what I'm trying to say. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think most people have an internal barometer, I like to call it. You know the right direction you should go. You know what you should do, but you won't do it. I guess the question is what does that manifest inside you? Does it fester? Is it something that you just push away to the side? It's still going to be there, and you know it's right there.
I put it to you like this. I think for a lot of people, it's almost like the lie situation where you tell a lie, you got to tell an even bigger one to cover that lie. And so they are like, oh, crap, yeah, I know this isn't wrong, but, I'm kind of in a bad, so I got to just keep going with this bad snowball thing going on, this lack of accountability, this whatever, fraudulent,
The issue is you got to remember your lies.
You got to remember your lies, and sometimes I think you can convince yourself of your own lie because you're making $1 or whatever, right? But it's like the lie analogy. You got to tell a bigger lie to cover up the smaller one. So they don't care. They don't care. Maybe it bothers them a little bit, but hey, I'm making more money this way. So they think.
Joshua says, I think feeling is almost like when you put off something you need to do. You feel better when it's done, so you do the right thing away, and you won't feel the guilt and anxiety. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. Yeah, there's a procrastination issue, I think, with that, and people procrastinate on accountability. I think because people think that you're going to feel guilt or shame. And I will tell you that it's a weight off your shoulders. It is a form of asking for forgiveness, I guess. That's kind of the way I look at it. You don't expect it, but you act on it. So
I'm like looking into this rabbit hole, and it's just like it goes on forever.
Yeah, it really does, because today, like I said, taking notes all day long and thinking about this, every time I thought about it, I had to write something down because it's so deep.
I would say this: don't expect people to hold themselves accountable. Hold yourself accountable to that.
Yeah.
Just expect it.
I mean, I kind of say something similar with trust too. I think you should trust no one, but that doesn't mean like being cynical, right? That doesn't mean like, thinking everybody's out to get you or anything like that, right? But I'm just never surprised, like with content creators, like we're talking about, right? I'm never really surprised when, it turns out, they did this or they did, or they're fake the whole time. There have been occasions where I have been, I'm like, wow, really? Like the rabbit hole goes that deep with that. The fakeness is that deep. That's mind blowing to see. But, we were just talking about this earlier. I was talking about this with Gene, but nothing really becomes surprising at a certain point. People turn on you. People people do crazy things. People, I guess you could say they sell out. I don't really like the term selling out, but they do.
People you think that have a lot of answers to things, and then you see something, you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
no.
The blind leading the blind. That's what you see.
And then you just like you wish him well, as Jesse says.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, here, I want people to hold me accountable for things that I've said. If somebody thinks that they want to ask me a question or something, and that's great. For me, it's about being real. So I suggest anybody else to don't be afraid to ask the questions to these content creators and hold them accountable. We're putting ourselves out here right now. And to me, that's important enough to say, yes, hold me accountable. But some people get to a point where they don't care anymore. They can tell you what you want to hear. I don't want to tell you what you want to hear. I want to tell you the truth. I don't want to tell you my version of the truth. I want to tell you the actual truth. And by the way, tonight is a Ask Us Anything, AUS, or AUA, sorry. Ask Us Anything. So that'll start here shortly. So anybody watching, you can ask us anything. Not now, so don't even start, but shortly.
Yeah, if you ask a question, we'll send a missile strike to your house.
Yeah, we'll hold you accountable.
We'll hold you accountable.
I just want to say my final thoughts on this topic. Always be responsible for what you do. Don't ever put responsibility on someone else. Just don't do it. Put responsibility on yourself. Always. Accountability, always. And there was one last thing I wanted to hit on. It slips my mind now, but maybe it'll come back. It was like I had already said that part, but I can't remember now. Oh well, it'll come to me.
Yeah, if anybody'd like to join the stream tonight, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. So you're welcome to click the link and join the live panel.
So what I was going to...
This is not an Ask Us Anything live panel right now, but it's a... So if you have anything to say about accountability, come on the panel and chat with us live. Don't be shy. So...
Vivian's comment. I was just gonna say I think it's a spiritual issue where we missed the mark. That's all I was gonna say. But Vivian says a funny comment. She says, "I contradict myself all the time. I have a vagina pass, which is stupid. I never applied for it." That's intriguing, okay? Because now she's, in a sense, at least by the comment, she's holding herself accountable for getting away with so much crap because she's a woman. So she's holding herself accountable, but my brain still thinks, is she really holding herself accountable? No, she's not. She's still a woman. And I don't mean that. I just would say that with anybody, but that plays a factor into it as well. But that's cool. I'm glad she said that. I like that comment.
Well, it's like the trust no one thing, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like it's not like you dismiss people or like you dismiss what they say or anything, right? But you just don't
you don't take it to the bank, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad has a saying that he's been saying to us since as long as I can remember. It's trust no one, love few, always paddle your own canoe. And that makes a lot of sense as I get older.
It's a good topic. I wasn't sure about it, but it really is. It's got me captivated here.
Yeah, I mean, we can go down a lot of roads on this. So let's go down the road of somebody that doesn't hold themselves accountable to you, because we've talked about the opposite, holding yourself accountable to people. What about somebody that doesn't hold their self accountable to you? How do you deal with that?
I automatically think that's a lack of respect. Automatically.
Okay, because what I had said
Yep.
earlier is that when somebody's going to hold me, somebody's going to hold me accountable, I have to respect that person.
Yeah, for you to hold yourself accountable to them.
Yeah.
You know, vice versa, to flip it around, that shows a lack of respect, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Gonzo, anything on that?
Yeah.
So how do you deal with a person that should hold themselves accountable to you?
I'm trying to think of example. Like in what way? Like if you just want like an honest answer from like you have a question and you just want an honest answer. Or
somebody did you wrong, plain and simple.
Okay.
And they need to, without you checking them first.
Yeah, because then it wouldn't be authentic if you.
Yeah.
You owe me an apology, or you owe me a better, fix your actions right now. That's kind of like I'm not gonna do that to somebody.
Yeah,
what you do is far more valuable than what you say.
Yeah, I think Gina's right on this one. Like just lack of respect, for sure. I think that's what that means.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of anything else.
But I think what happens is a lot of times is that when, like with me, the person that I went to and held myself accountable to recently, I didn't expect anything back from that person. It was for me mostly, but it was also for them to let them know realistically that I respect you. I respect you enough to say, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I was wrong. And that's a big deal. I mean, it is. It's a big deal for anybody to do that. And it has to do with letting go of some of that ego, some of that pride. And like I said, I feel like I'm 100 pounds lighter right now.
Yep.
I'm not carrying that weight around anymore. I'm not. I said what I had to say, and the person was receptive to it for sure, but it feels good because I got to say my piece. So how do you, Emmanuel? Good to see you.
Hey fellas,
How you doing?
I have no beard today.
Yeah, I noticed.
That's right.
I'm just lying in here in bed. I've had a bitch of a day, full of negativity in relationships with the family, and it's interesting you're talking about holding people accountable or holding yourself accountable. Sometimes it's better to let things go and not hold the person accountable for the sake of peace, because it could start World War III if you're trying to hold people accountable for things they've said and done.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in that situation at the moment that I'm not going to confront anybody about certain negativities that's happening for the sake of peace,
Yep.
So sometimes it's better not to say anything and let things go sometimes,
Yeah, especially when they don't know what they're doing. Spiritual wise.
Well, I think it's for the sake of peace, and with time, then time will heal it, and you'll lean more towards forgiveness and understanding. So it's better not to speak, not to hold people account, at the drop of a hat every single time,
Mm-hmm.
But holding yourself accountable, I think it's difficult because, we love ourselves. That's the way we're conditioned to think we're the bee's knees, to think we're the best people on earth, as that's our ego at work. And it's hard to identify your flaws. It takes other people to point them out. And if other people don't hold you accountable, how are you supposed to hold yourself accountable? Unless you've done some serious willful sin that you shouldn't have done. That's different. But I mean, I'm talking about in general on personality traits and character and behaviors. It's very hard to identify within yourself what's wrong with you.
Right. Imagine if you was the only person on the face of the earth. How would you hold yourself accountable then if there were no one else to bounce it off of, right? How would you hold yourself accountable if you was the only one on Earth?
Yeah, but in my opinion, this is my opinion only. You can hold me accountable to this, but I'm very tough on myself. I'm very hard on myself. I've had people say, "Hey, why are you beating yourself up like that?"
Well, here's a question. Here's a question, Tony. Who are you comparing yourself to? You know, what's the comparison? Who do you compare yourself to say that you're not doing it, you're not working hard enough, or you're not good enough, or you know, you've done this wrong, you've done that wrong? Who is the comparison to?
I don't think it's a comparison. I think it's just that I hold a very high standard for myself and how I treat people.
Right.
I don't think it's I never compare myself to anybody. I want to say I compare myself to myself. Very simple. But I do hold friendships, family, relationships really close to me. And when those bonds are broken, I always look to me first on, you know, maybe that's a flaw that I have, but I look to myself first and what did I do to, you know, the demise of this relationship? And that's something that I do. That's something that I do because it's important to me to figure out. But I might be unlike a lot of people where I think a lot of other people start with the other person.
Yep.
I start with myself.
That's a big one, man. People are always looking at other people to hold them accountable, but they never look at themselves.
I'm not self-deprecating by any means. That's not where I'm going with this at all. Because I don't do that. I love myself. I love how I am. I think I'm you know, I think I'm a good person. I respect people. I care about people. I am not a pushover though. Don't, you know, don't think I'm a pushover by any means. But when there is a conflict or something like that, the first person I think of is myself. Okay, did I do something wrong here? Maybe that's a form of humility that I have, a form of being humble.
Well,
Now,
it's definitely a noble characteristic to question yourself first, because a lot of people are conditioned to automatically respond or react rather by saying, "Oh, it's their fault," you know, straight away. It's somebody else's fault. I didn't do anything wrong here, you know.
Tony, let me ask the panel a question. When y'all were kids, bouncing off what Emmanuel just said, and y'all did something, say you're in elementary or middle school or as a kid, and you done something wrong, and the teacher files it, you know, says they want to talk to your parent about something, your grades are slacking, or maybe you're cutting up in class, you're not paying attention, whatever. Was it your parents' first response to blame the teachers or to blame you when you were a kid? To question you first about your own behavior before you question the teacher's behavior?
my parents would question me immediately.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, same.
But nowadays, I don't think that's the case.
I don't either.
I think there is a certain protection strategy that parents have to have.
Oh, yeah.
But I think they have to look at things objectively when, okay, what, you know, look at the situation. But some parents are so protective. That was not the case, you know. I mean, there's been times, you know, where I was suspended from school, you know, in high school for fighting, you know. But I remember the first thing to say to my mom and dad, "Hey, you told me to hit him. You know, you protect yourself." And they're like, "Yeah, we did." You know, my dad be like, "Yeah, okay." So, you know, but I think, Gonzo, what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I think back to it. I mean, I feel like it was the same thing. It's like, you know, I feel like I was questioned before the school was questioned, right? And I, you know, growing up and in school and everything, I moved around a bunch of schools. And so I kind of got a taste for like how the management of a school really affects things. And so, you know, if it, because you can have a bad school. I mean, everybody knows this now, right? It's no big secret. You can have a bad school, but I feel like definitely as a kid, I was held, you know, accountable before anybody else, unless more information comes out and it's like, okay, well then we'll go deeper into this.
Yeah, because think about it, as a kid,
Yeah.
if you know that your parent or guardian is going to immediately question the school before they question your behavior, that gives you a right to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And, you know, no one's going to hold you accountable for that. You know, your
Well,
parents won't.
I think the parents today are terrible. They'll automatically say, "Oh, sure, my Tommy is a golden child. You know, the sun shines out of his arse. You'd never do anything wrong. You know what's going on here?"
Worse
I
than
think
that,
the kids are.
worse than that, they pull up to the school and they're mad, you know. Who told my son this? Who told my daughter that? You know, I'm filing a complaint. I could have y'all arrested. You know, it's like, what the?
Yeah, I mean, I work in a lot of homes with kids, and I can tell the parents that are good parents, and then the parents that just let the kids have free reign.
Yep.
I never grew up like that. I think there's a certain happy medium in that situation. I've seen some parents where it's like, wow, what a great way to handle a kid. And then I've seen other parents where they actually get to the point to where they ignore the kids. Doesn't matter what they're doing. They just ignore them, you know? And, you know, I think it was Zane asked the question earlier about when do you hold your kids accountable, or what age?
Well, psychologist would tell you that it's 8 years old. That's when a kid understands the concept of right and wrong and good and evil. So from 8 years old, you really, you know, put in the rod when they do wrong, because they know they're doing wrong. You know,
I think
that's when they understand.
Yeah, that was my first my first thought. But my second thought was, I think kids start to learn the baby learns the minute you take her off the tit. Take the baby off the tit and it starts crying. You give it the tit back. What are you teaching the baby? You're teaching the things. The baby's crying on the cradle. You go pick it up. You know, you let it cry. The baby's learning. I cry when I'm hungry. You know, I don't cry. I cry sometimes. I get my way. Sometimes I don't. Like, the baby's learning these things, you know. So I say newborn, man. Don't play with that little sucker. Like, teach that kid accountability at the first breath he takes.
Teach
You know
that
what I
baby
mean?
to make a sandwich.
Slap him right on the ass when he's born. Remember how they used to say they smack the babies, make them cry when they babies to get their lungs cleared? Hold them accountable. Pow!
Did you say off the tit? You know, this is YouTube. Say off the teat.
Yeah, they're going to say it's racist or something.
What the?
What the?
See, now it's a problem now, Gene, because every time I see you leave a comment, I don't recognize. Like, I see your new profile, and I'm like, who's this meme in the chat?
I need to put it back.
No, it's amazing. I love it.
Wojak in the chat. Look at a little puppy dog.
It's a kitty cat.
Oh, it's a kitty cat. Okay. Oh, that's right.
That's my boy. That's Levy.
Nice.
So, Emmanuel, before we start an AMA with anybody watching, because AMA is Ask Me Anything, or an AUA, which would be Ask Us Anything. So anybody on the panel, you can ask us anything you want. Let's have some final thoughts about accountability. I'll start. I think accountability is important. I think that anybody that I'm going to be accountable to, I have to respect, whether it's a male-female relationship, a family member, or a friend. I do have to respect you for me to hold myself accountable to you. I will end this in saying that it is important. It's humbling. It lifts a weight off your shoulder. It is a form. I do think accountability to someone is It's important. And I think it is a form of forgiveness or asking for forgiveness. I don't really think you're asking for forgiveness, but you're telling this person, okay, hey, I made a mistake. This is what I can do for you. I'm going to admit my mistake, and you can take it, leave it, or understand it. And that's all you can ask of somebody. You can't ask somebody to once you've made a mistake, sometimes you can't go backwards. I don't live in the past. I had said a long time ago that, you have to let the past die. And that's not easy for a lot of people. Sometimes it's not easy for me either, but I have to let things go. And letting things go is it's a part of accountability. I mean, it really is. Now, expecting someone else to hold themselves accountable to you, that's a whole different story. Don't ever expect it, but welcome it and be gracious when somebody does hold themselves accountable to you. So think of it as, when somebody reaches out to you in that form, which is rare nowadays, but accept it and be gracious with it. And, maybe forgive that person. So that's what I got to say about that. That sounds like Forrest Gump, didn't it? That's all I got to say about that.
I got a question. How do you deal with a situation when you know the person's not going to take accountability on their end? You just know they're not going to do it. You know they're going to blame shift. I guess that's what they call it. How do you handle that? I mean, it's easy to say, well, I'll just take the load on myself, the responsibility on myself. But you know that person is responsible for their actions in a lot of ways. But they're not going to hold themselves accountable. What do you do?
Well, Jesse would tell him, you give him the finger and
tell him like a cow ate the cabbage. Yeah,
the cow ate the cabbage.
I'm starting to lean on that the older I get. Yeah, I'm just starting.
Well, I get that. If anybody doesn't know what that means, it's like you're telling them the truth, and how they take it is how they take it. Okay. I mean, that's really what it means.
Yeah. You're not responsible for how they receive it either.
Yeah. As I get older, there's a certain amount of humility, I think, that comes with getting older. And I think a lot of people get more cold and harsh when they get older. But as you get older, I think you should mellow out. It'd be like a fine wine, or aged whiskey. You get better with time. And I think that when people hold on to things, that's when you become like, wine gets better or good scotch gets better. But there's certain things that don't get better with age, like milk. You don't want to become sour milk as you get older. You just don't. It's not good.
It's interesting.
So, take somebody's, we'll call it, asking you forgiveness or holding themselves accountable to it. Just be humble to it. Be humble to it. Don't. It's not giving in. It's not being weak. It's being rational. It's being. Like Gene was talking earlier about love. It's being loving. It really is. I mean, that's the reality.
It is.
So, take that. But also, when you do tell somebody, like I said, that you hold yourself accountable to them, you did what you had to do. It's up to them to accept it. And if they don't, that's okay. But it's going to be a weight off your shoulders. So,
yeah, that's the main thing.
Yeah. So any last words on accountability, Gene?
No, I like what you said, though. It's a weight off your shoulders. And that's all it is. You're not responsible for how they accept it. So that's it, period.
And don't live in the past. Don't live in the past. Learn from the past, but don't live there. That's really, real important.
Yeah,
Learn
I think
from the past. Don't live there.
Yeah, and I think if you have love, you can constantly forgive too. You can constantly forgive. And I don't mean like serious things. I mean day-to-day things. Day-to-day things. I think in a healthy marriage, it's you have to constantly forgive for day-to-day things. I'm not talking about an affair or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But like a disagreement, a misunderstanding, or loss of patience, or you have to forgive those things constantly. And that's something that people can't do, or they're unwilling to do it. Because I think if they can't do it, it's like Gonzo said earlier, it takes love to forgive. And I think if they can't forgive, it's because they have no love. So
All right, let's go to Emmanuel, and then we'll finish up with Gonzo. Emmanuel, what's your thoughts on holding someone accountable and holding yourself accountable?
I think when you're holding someone accountable, you have to do it in a very disciplined way. Just be pedantic about it and lay out the problem and say, look, you were wrong here, and don't be stupid about it. Recognize that you're putting them on the spot, and you're expecting a certain response, and if you don't get it, then don't be disappointed.
Oh, dude,
So
I love that you just said that, man. That's gold right there. Because
if you're putting somebody on the spot and holding them accountable for bad behavior or something they said and everything, you're 100% expecting them to fall over themselves to say, "Oh, I'm really sorry," and everything. That might not happen. They might double down and say, "Look, I did nothing wrong." So don't be disappointed with their response. Just you might be facing a situation where you just have to recognize they're being an asshole and just forgive them and tolerate it.
that's it.
But holding yourself accountable, I think it's much more difficult because that's internal work. That's the shadow work inside the soul, and it's very difficult to do. To identify your flaws and everything. My battery's gonna die anyway. So it's part of like Tony said it's part of growing old. It's about getting grace, just mellow out and get grace. And yeah, that's the whole point of growing old is to recognize humility, the humility in people asking for repentance if they're holding themselves accountable, say, mea culpa, I was wrong here. Just recognize the humility in that and get some grace and be forgiven towards them in that.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and don't expect, like you say, don't.
I think
expect
it'd be very if you're 100% expecting a certain outcome, just for them to be apologizing to you and everything. That's the wrong approach because they may not apologize. You're just gonna have to be prepared for that, especially in today's day and age where people are all egotistical and everybody's perfect in their own eyes.
Yep.
And that's a hard pill to swallow for some people. For me to tell somebody, the other day that, what, you were right, I was wrong. That was tough for me. I don't want to say it was tough. It was tough for those words to come out of my mouth because I didn't want to accept the fact that I was wrong, but I did. But it was a good feeling for me. So, but that's on my end. Again, I might be different than some people. So, but it looks like we lost Emmanuel. So, if anybody else wants to join in. We only have a couple people in the chat. So, Gonzo, what's your take on accountability for yourself and expecting someone else to hold themselves accountable to you?
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, I recognize for myself, right? I recognize that if something goes wrong or something goes right, that I'm either way, no matter what happens, I'm accountable for responding in the right way, doing what I got to do, making the right decisions, making the right choices. And so I kind of, lately more and more I've been trying to find ways to take accountability for things that I sort of take for granted, right? And I've been smoking about this, for a long time. And that's why I really like Michael Bunker, right? Is because that's kind of what he did, right? He basically he's like, all right, we're going to go out and we're going to live plain. We're going to, and Michael Bunker, he's accountable for, working with his family, and they find the water and they find food and they get it done. And I really appreciate that lifestyle. And so I've been trying to think about, more and more ways to do that. And as far as other people, I don't really, I really like what Emmanuel said, like, not going into things expecting certain responses from people. And that's so true.
Let me ask you a quick question, Gonzo. Do you think some people jump into that? Like, will go to somebody and be accountable to them only to expect a certain response? And then when they don't get it, to me, that's not genuine.
100%. Yeah. No, it's entirely fake.
It's usually what happens most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of its own thing, but I thought of this one instance where, and this was years and years ago now, but there was this guy, and he made a mistake. He screwed up or whatever, and I called him out on it. And I was just like, hey, dude, what's up with this, this, and this? And he just like flipped out, and he's like, oh, you can't. He got all emotional about it. He was all offended, and he was like, I can't believe you would say that. And I'm just like, dude, I'm just telling you what you did. I'm literally telling you what you did. And but he was just expecting like totally different. He was just expecting, like you said, like it's dishonest, right? These guys expect you to sugarcoat it for them, or just only tell them good stuff or whatever. And so, yeah, I just don't expect anything from people in that sense. I think, people are accountable for their own reactions to things. People get offended, people have problems. And so, so I think you just, in the words of Jesse Lee Peterson, you speak up, but you don't hate. That's what I think. You just say how it is. And, I just take responsibility. Take your accountability back where you can.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got.
Yeah, this could just keep going and going, because I think if we had more people on the panel too, I think it would just keep going, because it's just something. There's so many parts of accountability. There's forgiveness, there's humility, there's pride, there's ego, and it's on both ends of accountability.
I got one for you.
The one thing we didn't cover though was that accountability to God as a Christian. Some people will say, I'm only accountable to God. We'll go over that real quick. I see the questions in there. We're going to do the Ask Us Anything coming up here real quick. But accountability to God, some people would say, I'm only accountable to my maker. But you know what? You're on this earth too right now. So, I talked with Gene about this earlier, and you can give your response to this. I mean, I think that, I'm accountable to God. Not only am I accountable when I leave this world, this living world that we're in, but I'm accountable to God now and to other people that I live with, because we're in a society. We're in a society of people and friends and family. So accountability is important. So you want to go on the accountability, God?
Yeah. I like to say that I'm accountable to love my neighbor.
I was going to say the same thing.
That has nothing to do with being I'm accountable to God only. No, you're just trying to like remove all accountability from yourself except for God, and so you can justify your own holiness within your heart. And you're a devil. you're a sinner. Sinner.
Satan is your daddy.
Satan is your daddy.
Satan is your daddy.
But we're accountable to our neighbor, man. Just a stranger, you're accountable to love your neighbor. like Tony said, it doesn't mean you have to talk to them all the time or buddy up with them all the time, but no hate. And what does that look like today? That looked like for me today, an expression of that for me today was a homeless person asked me for some money for drink. I didn't have any money, but I had some water in my truck. I gave her a water bottle. So I thought about that. I said that was my way of loving my neighbor. Was she a drug addict? Probably. Was she probably no good? Probably. That's not for me. I'm not going to condemn her. It's my job to love her. So that's what I did. No hate. I wanted to bring something up to y'all though. Gonzo, you can touch on that. I just wanted to bring up something before I forget. What about silent accountability? Silent accountability.
What the heck is that?
Yeah,
Like almost as if like you just don't hold anyone accountable per se by speaking up or by putting down the hammer on them. But silent accountability is where you just sort of kind of, I'll let y'all draw y'all's own conclusions to that, right? I know y'all asked me the question.
What you're doing is kind of saying is let them draw their own conclusion to their accountability.
Yes. Let them suffer and die until they learn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're holding them accountable by letting them suffer. I think Jesse even says it. We talk about him a lot. If you love someone, let them suffer. I think Jesse said that before. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hold me accountable if I'm wrong. But
I mean, it sounds like something he'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. Silent accountability, letting people suffer. And you just kind of saying, hey, you know what? Step back. I tried to tell them. Maybe you didn't even try to tell them. Maybe you just let them suffer. It sucks to see. And that's the hardest thing for me to do, is to not speak up about to someone that I love about something that is destroying them. I mean, for lack of better words.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it gets to a point with that is, you a lot of times you don't know if someone's suffering.
I can tell.
Well, for me, a lot of times, you don't know if, again, my recent situation, I didn't know if this person was suffering, but I found out, yeah, through a physical manifestation, I guess you would call it. And I don't know if I would call it suffering, but I know it affected this person.
Yeah.
So to me, that kind of, that was kind of eye-opening. So, but Gonzo, let's go to you about accountability. When somebody says, I'm only accountable to God only.
Yeah. Well, I think Gene was right on the nose with, it's like you can call it accountability, call it whatever you want, but it's like, are you loving your neighbor, right? The whole point of Christianity is to love your neighbor and to love God. And so, yeah, are you just misdirecting if you're going to say something like, oh yeah, I'm only accountable to God. Everybody else can go to hell. I'm accountable to God. Like what? Like doesn't make any sense.
They really don't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and so I don't know. So accountable, I think you can be accountable in the sense that you're a representative of God. You're receiving God's love, and you give that love to other people. And so you want to be, the best representative that you can be, but you also know that when other people do evil things, they do wrong things. You can call a spade, and there's nothing wrong with that. But also, the reason why you don't hate them is because not in an intellectual sense, but deep down that they don't know what they're doing. They truly know not what they do. And so that's how I feel when I see like people that, they're angry, they have all these issues, all these problems and stuff, and they're making things worse for themselves, and they might be blaming other people or whatever the situation is. They just don't know what they're doing. Like, they're lost, they're blind, they're in the dark. And so I don't, you can't really hate a person for that when you understand that. And so
right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, and so I don't care if it's like, somebody, locally in my area. I don't care if it's like Bill Gates or whatever, or whoever. I don't care. Like, you think of like, or You know, think of any political figure, any people who've done bad things on a mass scale, whatever the case is. You know, the reason why they do these things is because they're lost. If people knew what they were doing,
They wouldn't do it.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it. Yeah, and I also think that if people have the truth, they would be offering it.
Someone asked me that question. I said, why would someone choose grief and suffering over life and freedom? And they were like, well, and they flipped the question back at me. Why do you think? I said, well, I'll tell you this basically. If they knew what they were doing, if they knew that they were actually choosing fear and suffering over life, and if they knew what they were doing and knew the choice was there, it would be a no-brainer. But they can't see. They can't see the choice that they're missing out on. And faith plays a role in that too, which is a gift. But they can't see to know what they're doing. So how can you hate someone who has no idea? You know, and the greatest example of that was when Jesus was on the cross. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They did all kind of stuff to him. And he didn't get angry about it. Surely didn't get angry about it. And I think that's how we should handle situations in life. And it's not a place of weakness at all. It's a place of power. It really is. I mean, if you want to look at it from that type of outlook, it's a place of power.
You can't have power without that weight lifted from you, and that's really important.
Yeah,
that weight on your shoulders, you can't have power.
Yeah, people are a slave. They're a slave to hate. They're a slave to anger. They're a slave to. I basically put it to you like this: they're a slave to all of these things that happen when love is absent.
I like this comment. Dwayne Hicks: as men, I feel that we are expected to suffer silently, which is a type of strength. And I'll have to agree with him there. I think there's a point to where you, as a man, you got to suck it up. Sometimes you got to just take it. You know, you got to take the pain, man. You got to deal with it. You know, I think it gets to a point, though, Dwayne, in our world we live in right now, and that's why a lot of guys enter the umbrella of the manosphere, is because, you know what, they've been suffering silently for a long time, and they're looking for answers. And I hope they go to the right place. That's real important to me, that a man who is suffering silently reaches out to the people that are going to help him. I always make this reference, and I've said this before in my streams: be careful who you go to, because a lot of guys are going to give you that hand. They're going to reach out and they're going to give you that hand, and they're just going to grab on. They're going to pull you out. They're going to start pulling you out. But watch out for this hand, because this hand is now in your back pocket. This hand is reaching for your wallet. You know, I'm going to pull you up halfway, but now it's $697 to get the rest of it. So you guys got to be careful. But suffering silently is a type of strength. I mean, I've been through that myself, and I think it does make you stronger. But the people you reach out to, just be aware of the people you reach out to. Reach out to a close friend, because male suicide is actually a pandemic in our world that people don't talk about. You know, guys coming over from, that were in the service and things like that. And those are the guys that suffer silently. And a lot of times it doesn't end well. So if you are suffering silently, but you're a strong guy, you'll get beyond it. But if you're not, sometimes it's not a good ending. And that's just a horrible way to, to not being able to reach out to somebody is it's brutal.
Yeah.
So, but I do agree with you that, men, you can suffer silently for sure, but be careful. In other words, you have to let it out.
Yeah. I want to hit on this comment that he says, because y'all let me know if y'all follow me here, if this resonates with y'all. But I feel like there's two types of suffering. I mean, it's just come to me here out the blue. This isn't something I've been smoking on for a while. It's something that I just started smoking on. two types of suffering. You have your, first of all, you have your godly suffering or righteous suffering. Then you have your fleshly suffering. Okay. And I think what this comment is referring to, and I'm going to bust his balls a little bit. Okay. I think the type of suffering he's referring to, and I could be wrong, but just right off the top, when most people say a comment like this, it's a fleshly suffering. And that could mean like they're suffering from, I don't know, daily things that bother someone. And I get that. But those are things that we can kind of figure out.
But regardless, suffering is suffering. When you're hurting, you're hurting.
It is, but I feel like that type of suffering is done in vain. So to say like it's a strength, I think is bullshit. It's vain, in my opinion. If it's an earthly suffering, and I don't mean to be like so black pill about this, but if it's a godly suffering, if you're saying, okay, I'm suffering because of the greater will of the higher power, the greater will of God, I'm suffering through this because I have faith that my suffering is for God's greater purpose. But if we just say, oh, I'm suffering, I'm taking this like a man.
But understand that not everybody that comes to this channel and every channel is a Christian.
That's right.
So you got to take that into account too.
Yeah.
So
that's why I said that.
What I've learned is that when somebody's hurting, their hurt might not be real to you or their suffering, but right. It's very, very, very real to them. Extremely real. That is their world they're living in. So all you can do is be an example and be kind of a guiding light. I mean, that's what you can do. You can't do anything else. You can't, when somebody's hurting, they're hurting, and that's their world at that time.
That's right. Yeah.
You can't discount the fact on where it comes from, but that's what they're seeing. That's their tunnel vision. This is what they're seeing.
That's true.
Yeah,
but when I said that, I wanted to help people like maybe see something from a deeper perspective. Mm-hmm. Like it's not just strength that we just suffer for the sake of suffering. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if y'all remember when Paul said that one day. Remember Paul said we got to suffer as men. That's the first thing that came to mind is like that fleshly suffering. Like, no, we're not supposed to perpetually suffer in fleshly.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
you remember that? Yeah.
Everything. The only issue I have is that everything, you being a Christian, you're coming from a Christian context, so other guys aren't coming from that same context.
Well, that's why I'm sharing it so they can maybe see a different alternative. Yeah. But doesn't mean that I'm not suffering. I'm not in pain. Of course, it's still painful. Yeah. But when you believe in a greater plan, it's not in vain. By faith, but it takes a certain kind of gift that God gives you to see that. I mean,
it's not like woe is me.
Yeah, it's not like woe is me. I'm so strong for this.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I don't think that's what he meant by any means. I don't think that's what he meant. Mm-hmm. I just think that there's a certain strength onto
suffering.
There's a certain strength as a man that you just have to go ahead and suck it up sometimes.
Well, suffering is what we do. That's our cross to bear.
Yeah.
But we got to make sure it's not in vain. That's my point. I mean, suffering is who we are as men. We're born to suffer. But what are we doing with that suffering though? What are we doing with it?
Don't let it define you, but the whole thing that I want to clarify is that when somebody is hurting or is in pain, that's their world, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. That's what they're seeing. And it's taken me a long time to understand that when somebody is in pain or is suffering, that, again, we're talking about accountability. It's very difficult for you to say now to a guy that's hurting, hold yourself accountable. I think that takes a little bit of time. Takes a little bit of time. I think that pain has to leave for you to understand that, you know what, I'm going to hold myself accountable for how I'm feeling right now. Most of the time your feelings are something that, to me, feelings are something that we try to fight sometimes, and we can't do that. So, and again, that's why, guys commit suicide at an alarming rate. It's because they don't have a community or someone to reach out to.
Yeah, or possibly I agree, and possibly they know their suffering is in vain. You know, if you have faith, I'm just saying from my perspective, I'm not pushing this on anyone. This is just my experience, and it can be your experience. But if you see you're suffering for a greater good, then your suffering's not in vain. But if you don't see that greater good, then your suffering is going to be in vain. So when you do suffer as a man, make sure you see that greater good to your suffering. Don't just perpetually suffer.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna turn that on its head a little bit. So what would you say in that situation, like a greater good? And we're talking about communism. We're talking about like the Soviet Union, like people suffering for the greater good in that sense. Are people's greater goods misplaced?
Yeah, I mean that's confusing to me, because I think the context you're putting it is under a complete Christian umbrella, and that's not what everybody is.
Well,
right?
You know, I understand what. Yeah.
But Gonzo's saying, what if someone interprets that the greater good? Because we hear that stupid phrase all the time.
Yeah, no. I was saying, Gene, that's kind of the umbrella that it's under. Is you're putting it under that context, but we have to look at other worlds also.
That's right.
And that's why I go back to like when somebody's in pain, their pain is real. It's period. It's real.
Yeah.
They're not seeing anything else but what they're feeling right now.
I think that's a problem, though. We have to hold other men accountable to that. I think.
Yeah, I think you're being too hard on him right now. I'll be honest with you.
I'm holding him accountable.
But no, I think that's it. I get where you're at right now, but until you see that guy that's
I don't know.
Horribly distressed.
Yeah, I don't know a situation.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is that we have to be more compassionate to people that are in that state of mind, that aren't a Christian guy, man. I mean, so it's almost like, you can't force somebody to do something. You can't force somebody to be religious, but you could have empathy for that person, and you can try to understand what they're going through. But I think the main thing is that people understand that pain and suffering is real to the person that's going through it, no matter where it comes from.
Yeah.
No matter where it comes from.
I think this
eventually, yes. Do I think that a person might open his eyes to a different path? Yeah, that's a great road to go down. But
I think that's the good thing about man-to-man communications, is that we can say, hey, look here, man, you're effing up, and you're effing up because 1, 2, and 3. And they can say, you're right. I'm going to correct 1, 2, and 3. And then most times it works.
Most guys can't. A lot of guys can't take that nowadays, bro. I mean, that's the reality. I can take a heart punch. A lot of guys can't. There's a lot of weak men out there that are looking for strength, and so they need to be. I don't want to say coddled, but they need to be. They need
held
to be
with care,
slowly. Handled with care. I've known a lot of guys like that. I met a guy at 21 that told me his story one night, and it was brutal. And I watched the guy. This was my first 21 I was at, and I listened to him, and it was brutal. I mean, it was brutal what his parents did to him. I had no words. I couldn't even say anything to him, and the guy was breaking down. I had no words for the guy. All I could do is I mean, what do you do when a guy's like starts breaking down in front of you? It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for you, but then
I think what you do is, I can answer that question. You let him cry it out. You let him spew it all up and purge that pain inside. And then once they purge it, say, you need to get yourself together. Here's how.
And that's what I did. And it was very uncomfortable at first, but I kind of had to grasp what he was dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a little bit scary for me, and since I've been in this community, I've realized that, no matter where background a guy's coming from, his pain is real.
His pain is real.
And that we all have to recognize that you might not think it's real, or you might say, why is he suffering like that? Why does he feel like that? He shouldn't feel like that. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
I hope my point wasn't missed though, because that wasn't my point at all.
But that's his.
Someone might take that as me downplaying pain. That wasn't what I was doing. I'm not going to get into like what I was doing, but yeah, I hope my point was taken. But no, you're right about that. And I think some guys just need an ear. They just need somebody to listen to.
Yeah.
And that's what we should be wise to as men as well.
And that's one of the reasons why I say I don't give advice. I give support.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important. I think somebody needs support. They need an ear. They need somebody to talk to. I think so many people are, as men, we're fixers, right? We fix everything. We try to fix relationships, with our wife or our girlfriend. We try to fix everything. We want to fix it now. But sometimes it's that support is more important than giving somebody advice.
That's true.
I have been an advice giver and in the past, and I realized that doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're not going to change somebody. All you can do is support them and say, hey, bro, I'm here for you. Or, hey, girl, I'm here for you. And I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to hear what you have to say because it's important to me. It's important to me that you're reaching out to me. That's probably the most important part.
You're exactly right. I have that with you. I have your support and you have my support. So
absolutely.
You're a living example of that. And you're right 100% about that.
Yeah.
Support is more effective than just giving advice sometimes. Most times.
There's a lot of things I say. I end a lot of my conversations or text messages, and I always say, I appreciate you.
Yep.
And to me, that's really important. To feel appreciated is a way of support. So I'll give advice now is to somebody that's hurting. Somebody reaches out to you when they're done, say, hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate the fact that you reached out to me.
Yeah. You trusted me to tell me that. You
trusted me to tell me something that was, that was private or something like that. So that's important. And in our world is to give support to people.
Love your neighbor. Yep.
Yeah. There's a point to where it's, it can be redundant but if somebody wants to, get it off their chest, let them do it. Let them do it. Because that talking and that speaking is so important to people. And the fact that somebody can reach out to you, like I said, the messages I've gotten on Twitter and Instagram, amaze me sometimes. But I don't give anybody advice. And I said, hey, I appreciate you reaching out to me. I wish the best for you and I appreciate you. If there's anything I can do for you, reach out to me. And that's the part to where I think the manosphere has failed men. I know we did a whole podcast on how the manosphere has failed men, and I think the manosphere has failed men is by not supporting them, by giving them advice. This is your prescription, and there's no prescription sometimes to pain. The prescription and the we'll call it the antidote is to listen to that person. And just be there for that person. Know they can reach out to you 24/7. And I've done that with people. I've put them in my favorites on the iPhone and said, hey, you're in my favorites. You can hit me up 24/7. And the people I've done that with, the response I've got, because at night I put my phone on Do Not Disturb. And there's a list of people that can contact me. And if you're in that favorites, you're on my mind. Or you're very, very important to me, and so give a guy support, give a gal support that that needs something from you, but let them know that you're available, not from 9 to 5, but from 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. 24/7, and just that alone will be, that'll make a big difference in somebody's life.
I don't think people that have support know truly what it's like to not have a single person to be able to reach out to, whether it's just your mom or a grandma or a sister. Some people absolutely don't have anyone to reach out to.
Yeah.
But that's a good message, Tony. That's a real good message.
Yeah, they could have a whole family full of people and they won't talk to us.
They won't even talk to them. Yeah.
Yeah, because they know the They're going to get talked down to.
Yeah.
They're going to be getting told what to do. You
Guilt
need to do
tripped.
this. That's not, I don't care. But pain is pain is pain. Suffering is suffering is suffering. Hurt is hurt is hurt. You're not in their world.
Mm-hmm.
You're not there. You're not in their head.
Mm-hmm.
So their pain is real no matter what it is. And that's something as human beings, as men, as women, we need to understand that somebody's pain, somebody's suffering, somebody's hurt is real. It's real in their world.
Yep.
And we overlook that so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, as men, we want to fix it, but sometimes you can't fix it. The best thing you can do for another man, another woman is to listen. And that's it. And that's the most important thing to anybody, you know. Again, I've had somebody listen to me, you know, recently, and it wasn't because I was hurt or anything like that. And there was a little bit of that, but the fact that, you know, somebody took time to listen to me, I took time to listen to them, was a big deal. It was
someone gave you their time, and that was special.
That was important.
Yeah.
You know, and I gave them my time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a couple situations, you know, recently with me under that whole concept. And I'm finding that, you know, advice is not, you know, we're not professionals here.
Right.
Supporting people is so important. When somebody knows they have your support, that's the best thing in the world. Because advice a lot of times is judging somebody.
Mm-hmm.
When you give them advice, you're judging that person. And the last thing they want to know is when they're hurting is that they're being judged or they're being told what to do. Because what's going to happen is when they talk it out, that they can't talk to somebody else. When somebody talks it out to you,
they can figure it out.
Yeah, they can figure it out. They'll start seeing the truth and seeing the things that they need to see. But, you know, be there for that person. That's all I can tell anybody is to just go ahead and be there. And that's important. So
they should take that segment and broadcast it over everybody's cell phones.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a great message though.
Yeah.
100% true.
That's just something, that's a life lesson and maybe a little bit of wisdom that I've learned over, you know, my 58 years on this earth is that let's be supportive of people and not try to fix them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think most people will fix themselves, but what they need is they need that shoulder. They need that shoulder to lean on, and it's not being weak, you know. So if a man does reach out to you or a woman reaches out to you, they're not lower than you. They just need help, and consider it a compliment and take it for what it's worth when somebody reaches out to you.
Take it as a compliment. Yep, I agree. That someone trusts you enough. Yep.
So, but I'm going to throw this up there. We'll go into the Ask Us Anything.
If Nevin is still here. He asked an off-topic question, but it's a question nonetheless.
What is your favorite thing to hunt? I'll start with that. Well, during the pandemic, my favorite thing to hunt was rats. And you're wondering why rats? I don't have rats anymore in my backyard. Let me tell you what happened. When the restaurants closed, okay, I've got a restaurant in the end of my street, Cuban restaurant. The dumpsters weren't full of garbage. The hotels across the street, there was no food scraps. So what did they do? And the only reason I found this out because I was seeing rats around my bird feeder and with the doves and everything. So, you know, I looking outside and all of a sudden, you know, sitting with the squirrels, the doves, was these funny looking things with long tails. And they were rats. So I hunted me some rats. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see my dead rats. So, but, you know, since the restaurants opened, they have a food source. And I did see a news article on rats were going into neighborhoods because they're no longer at the Denny's or at the, you know, so that was my favorite thing to hunt. How about you guys?
People.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Just
that.
kidding. Gonzo jumped that one.
I was gonna say the libs, and I was like,
yeah.
But
No, I would to answer that question seriously. I would say rabbits. because it brings me back to my childhood when I had my younger days, I should say, not childhood, but I had a 12 gauge and I'd go out in the backyard and I'd pop a rabbit or two. But deer hunting was something that I grew up doing too.
Yeah.
Problem with deer hunting is I was not quite old enough to really appreciate the nature, the bonding with my dad, the bonding with my uncle. And it was really cold. So I wasn't so fond of that. But now that I'm older, I would appreciate it more. But I haven't been deer hunting since. So I would say rabbits are my favorite thing to hunt.
Okay, I remember deer hunting with my dad, and what we used to do when we were real young was we used to flush them out into the opening. And then we would hit the ground because the shotguns would just be exploding. So basically a wooded area, and we would come around the back. It's basically like flanking them and push the deer out into the opening, and they would just start, just start blasting. I remember, I can't tell you how many mornings where I've gone down in our basement, and in the basement sink, it reminded me of The Godfather with the horse's head, just like a sink full of blood. It's just, a hacked up deer.
Yeah. I never did like that part. I never did like the cleaning the damn thing.
I mean, I've only hunted small game. I lived in a house before I moved here that was out in the country, but we used to hunt rabbits and turkeys and woodchucks and squirrels and anything that was edible at the time. So, and we didn't hunt for the fact just to hunt. We hunted whatever we shot, we ate. So,
yep.
So how about you, Gonzo?
I have zero hunting experience when it comes to being out in the woods, but now and then I do hunt me down some good memes.
Oh, nice.
On the internet, yeah. So I have a massive folder full of a few thousand memes, and so I have a very high head count of Pepes and Wojaks. So I'll just I'll leave that there.
We only have a few people watching right now. I don't expect a lot of people on a Sunday night. I didn't put this out too long ago, but yeah, if anybody wants to ask us anything, ask us now. It's a Sunday night chillax. Ask us anything for now. The topic was accountability, but yeah, we'll just kind of sit back. We'll kick back, drink a few beers, and smoke some weed. What movie is that from? Clerks? Is that where that's from? Fact checker, check that out.
What was the quote again? It's
kick back, drink a few beers, and smoke some weed.
Yeah. I have a question for Gonzo. What's up with the Pepe meat, the frog, right?
Oh yeah, like what is Pepe the Frog?
Yeah, like why is it used so much amongst like Trump supporters and conservatives? Like, what's the deal with that?
Well, it's okay. So here's the weird thing about Pepe, right? Quick rundown on Pepe. So Pepe, for those of you who don't know, Pepe is like, you've probably seen him around. He's the green little frog guy, and he's often drawn with like a sarcastic like little smirk or whatever, and he does like the hand. He has like a hand thing, but people draw him in all these different poses with all these different faces and like different races and different like all these different appearances. You'll find like women Pepe and men Pepe and you'll find all this weird stuff. But yeah, Pepe, from what I understand, he was this cartoon character made by this one guy, and it ended up becoming just a random meme on this site called 4chan, which is just an anonymous image board where people sort of just screw around, and they're known for being very offensive and just like zero filter, and they just sort of, I mean, they would troll people. I mean, it was pretty intense. There's some pretty intense stuff on 4chan.
What's the whole idea behind Pepe, though?
This is the thing, right? Is that nothing really. There really isn't anything to Pepe. Like, I had the same question. I was like, what is it about Pepe? What's the deal with this green freaking frog, dude? There isn't. Like, he literally just sort of represents whatever you want him to represent.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so
that makes sense, though.
Yeah, it's like the Wojak dude, or he's the Feels guy. He's like the dude with the white face. You know him.
Yeah, Wojak's awesome, but Pepe sort of reminds me of Pepe. Kind of reminds me of this, right?
Yeah.
like the frogs, and the reasons for it's the Trump supporters and all that, I think, is because the frog is like Trump's little, like, little workers of, his plan and stuff. They're like his little followers. And it makes sense that they're these little goofy looking frogs.
My favorite is the cat. The cat with the salad in front of him.
Okay.
And the two girls. That's absolutely my favorite.
I thought you.
I've even made my own memes with that. And if you
Yeah.
look on my Instagram way back when, you'll see a lot of them there. And then I also like the little Muppet where he's like sideways and then his eyes are like looking at you. I don't know if you guys recognize that one. You remember that one? The little Muppet, I think it was.
I think so.
Yeah. On my Instagram, I have, where like the first picture, he's like kind of like looking at you. And then the second one, he's like looking at you sideways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like when somebody does something weird or whatever, you just sort of.
Yeah. So but the cat one is my favorite.
My favorite cat one is. You know what I'm talking about? And he's sort of just like.
Oh, yeah.
Jamming.
Yeah,
you can put that with anything.
The grooving cat, yeah.
The grooving cat, yeah.
Yeah. So did you fact check that, Gonzo, on
I looked it up, and I'm just finding posts of people who are kicking back and smoking weed.
Kick back, a few beers, and smoke some weed?
Kicking back, like, let me see if I can add.
I want to say it's the movie Clerks.
I mean, it might be. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I. Oh wait, here we go. Yeah, Clerks. It is
That's
Clerks.
what I thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an old movie, Clerks. That's a good one. It was on actually like 3 nights ago, and I'm like, wow. Hey, remember it was in black and white?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very old movie, but good movie. But yeah, anybody ask us anything now, or we're going to wrap it up here soon. But yeah, throw us the hard questions. We're not afraid. You won't get blocked. You might not get an answer, but you won't get blocked.
How do y'all feel about the Christian Chad meme?
I haven't seen. Let me look this up.
Look up the Christian Chad and share it on your screen, Gonzo. Tony can pull it up. The Christian Chad
meme. Is it like one of those, like the Virgin and the Chad memes? Like one of those?
I don't know.
Those are classic.
I've never heard of that one. Oh, no.
Oh, that's like the soy face.
That's the soy face, yeah.
That's the soy face, yeah. No, like Tony, I'm sure you've seen it, right? Where it's like you've got on one side and it's got the Virgin or whatever, and then the right side you got the Chad, and it's this dude, and he's got like a triangle shaped yellow hair and like bright pants, and people have used this meme for like everything. I'm finding one right now. I
think I've seen it, to be honest.
Pull up the Christian Chad.
I'm trying to, because I found one. It's the Virgin.
Yeah, that one sucks. You try to find
the Christian Chad.
He's usually got a Bible in his hand.
Okay, is it just a drawing of a dude?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, I'm going to say it. Me and Gonzo don't know it. It's not that popular.
Hang on, I'm gonna try Google Images and get spied on. Let's see.
Here's one.
Is that the Christian Chad?
He says, serves and loves everyone. Virgin till marriage. One woman, one man. Helps raise child. Always keeps a thick Bible in his pocket. Deep knowledge of the Bible. Handsome beard. Always dresses modestly. Strong legs from kneeling to pray. That's great.
Oh, man. I
Good
found
looking.
that one, yeah.
Treats women the same as men. Wears a purity ring. People act surprised when they found out he's a virgin.
What?
Semen overload from never ejaculate. Could easily fuck any girl he wanted, but he's waiting for the right one. Gets axed out daily, but always rejects. Always carries the Bible with him. Has a crucifix necklace.
I found the same exact meme, yeah.
will probably meet his future wife at church. When girls found out he's a virgin, they want him even more.
I've never heard that. That's a meme I've never heard of.
Yeah,
Ever.
here I found.
Not seen them all.
Let me share my screen here. This is a different one. It's probably not as spicy, but this is the. Here we go. There we go. You should. The Chad. Yeah, this is the virgin in the Chad. Chad, cultural Christian, doesn't believe in God, but still appreciates the contributions Christianity made to Western civilization. Sees religion as a nuanced social adaptation that can be used for both good and bad things. Understands that science isn't the only means of understanding the world and is open to philosophy. Knows that Christian monks during the Middle Ages saved and preserved centuries worth of scientific and philosophical literature after the fall of Rome, thus effectively saving science and Western civilization. Reads the theologians for their insights in epistemology, science, economics, and ethics. Knows that even secular nations still hold social conventions that are directly influenced by Christian culture. Sees Christians as an important ally in the West against Islamic extremism. Understands that getting rid of Christian culture can leave a vacuum of moral decay and nihilism that falls prey to totalitarian belief systems. I don't know what book he's got there. I can't read that. But yeah.
Another favorite is the
Irrational male.
Yeah.
Rational man.
The Doomer.
The Doomer, yeah. The Doomer meme. But yeah. It's good stuff.
That kind of looks like Gonzo's guy a bit.
Oh, that's my guy, isn't it? This guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your guy or Gonzo's guy?
No, that's my guy. I put him up for the show I did the other night called Why Hurt People. And it was just like this. He's like got tears in his eyes. He's offended. He's angry.
I thought Gonzo drew that, no?
No, Gonzo's got the Gonzo. Pull up your can you pull up your
Are you talking
artwork?
about the sad cozy guy?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
Okay, hang on. I
Those
can pull up sad
awesome.
cozy guy. Let me.
I love those. Gonzo, that's your own original meme, ain't it?
Yeah, that is.
I love those, man. That's a good meme.
I'm glad it's a good meme. I sort of just did that for fun.
I mean, what makes a meme is a good meme is a meme that people can relate to.
Anyway, I'm gonna try and get them all here. Where's the? Okay.
I felt personally attacked by this
What's
meme.
the definition of meme? What is the definition?
It's like an idea that's passed around.
Okay.
I think that's like the broadest definition. People think of like internet stuff, but I think that's actually just what it means. Richard Dawkins, I think, wrote a book called The Selfish Gene, and that's about memes. That's where supposedly that's where the term meme comes from. It's from Richard Dawkins. Let's see. But yeah. Here we go. This is the here, let me get the original. There we go. So we got the sad cozy guy, and then we got the COVID sad cozy guy.
Oh wait, this cozy guy don't have any hair.
Yeah, this guy, he's bald. He bald. And we got the COVID, and then we got the Christian.
Oh, he's got hair, yeah.
Well, no, he's just got headphones on.
Oh, it's headphones.
He's got headphones, yeah, and he's listening to his little iPod.
Oh, okay,
He's got the Bible out there.
Nice.
And then we got the me. No.
Yeah, I was going to say, I recognize the hat.
You got the always cozy, always sad guy.
Yeah, it's a different hat, but it is very similar. And but yeah, that's the. I'm like, actually this one is directly inspired by a Pepe. There's a Pepe where he's like sitting in front of his computer and he's got like a nice little hat. Yeah, but
that's great how the light is just from the computer is lighting up his face.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun. Oh wait, there's a yeah.
He looks like he's watching porn and has no idea what to do about it.
It looks like he Yeah, I don't know. I think he's just like browsing random stuff, and he's just like that's just his natural look.
He's reading Reddit. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's on Twitter.
I read Reddit one time, and it's like I was looking through all that, and it was just like a shit show to me. The whole Reddit scene. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
I deleted the app a long time ago. A very long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll find some crazy stuff on there, but it has declined in quality quite considerably. Reddit's very depressing. Like, you will look like this if you read Reddit long enough. I know I have, so yeah.
Gonzo, is there any more memes like this coming out?
I was never into forums. Let's just put it that way. No forums. I just wasn't a forum guy. I just thought it was like a major circle jerk,
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of people complaining about nothing.
I think we got a comment or a question.
It says, I'm a single father of 2 kids under 10 years old with full custody 24/7, no child care, no child support, nothing like single mothers.
Nothing like single mothers get is available to me.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I feel for you, man. I get that. I get that. Yeah, it's one-sided. In fact, let's see what he says here. I feel like I'm in a rut. Any suggestions on earning a little extra cash in a small town? You know what? I do have a suggestion for you. And the reason I say this is because it's something that I've been doing as like a little side hustle, which is reselling things. Buying things that are cheap and reselling them, researching, name brands, things like that. Great side hustle.
Yeah, and sell stuff too you don't need around the house.
Yeah, I mean, I talked, that too. I mean, I talked to Gene about this today, and since I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, I made $950. So that's pretty good for cash for a week. It's extra money. I deposited some cash today. I sold $600 worth of something I didn't need or use today. But yeah, reselling, when I say reselling, look for things that are, you could buy something off Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace that somebody has to sell, but research it real quick. You can Google it or do whatever you have to do. And, but reselling is big. Go to a thrift store, something like that, and just kind of look around. I know you're in a small town, but yeah, try that.
Know a guy that sells old vinyl records and resells them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't Drew on the, we've had him on here before.
Drew Ballmer.
Telephones and typewriters.
Typewriters, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking,
you know what? A lot of those, I mean, I think that if you're going to sell something, I can't say he just he probably just didn't pick up a typewriter and said, hey, I'm going to sell it. He spent time researching it, or he knows something about it. But I think quick cash is researching something quick. But I think when you're buying or selling something, look for name brand things that people want. So I think that it's one of the things that like a little side hustle for me. And I thought about it. Yeah, let me tell you one of the issues. This is one of the issues. Some people are so proud. They're so proud. Nobody wants to make $100 or $50.
Yeah.
To me, I'll take doors out of the construction jobs that I'm doing, remodeling. I'll bring them home, throw it on Craigslist. Any door I got goes up for $100, depending on what it is. And realistically, somebody could offer me 25 and I'll take it. So I just take what some people just give me the $100 for the door. I sold everything from hurricane shutters. Right now I have security window bars, all aluminum. I have a set of 2 for a 3-foot by 4-foot window, and I have them for $75. But I'm not too proud to throw them in my garage. And when somebody gives me 75, somebody offers me $50 for them. You know what? It's $50 I didn't have.
Also, too, I think something that people overlook is everyone laughs at this and scoffs at it because it's something we used to do to earn money when we were kids. Mowing lawns.
Yeah.
It's very, very simple. All you have to do is maybe get a couple business cards made for like 20, 30 bucks on Vistaprint and start giving them to like family members and telling them, say, listen, if you know anybody that wants some yard work done, trimming this time of the year, I don't know where you live, but people want a lot of yard work done, trimming, weeding, and also mowing too. Once you get 1, 2, 3, it kind of starts to go because,
Yep.
word of mouth is the best way. And get some cards, but start with your family. Try to hustle work from your family. And most people have lawn equipment around, if you're a homeowner, so you can just use your lawn equipment and mow lawns, and you can make an easy $50.
Yeah, I think my 2 cents on that is that I would say I mean, yeah, like with reselling and all that stuff, like it's great. And you can mow lawns. It really also depends on like what your skill set is, right? Like what kind of work you want to do. And because it is a small town, like do you want to do something on maybe that you could do online from home? Like you want to do something where you have to go out and about? Like what are your constraints in that respect? But I would say there's a lot of people who need help, and you can find them on you can find them on message boards and even Twitter. I've gotten, actually, believe it or not really anymore because I don't use Twitter, but I've taken clients on Twitter for different things. I do like design work and things like that. And so I mean, the more things that you can do, the more skills you have, the easier it is. And I would say look for all of it. One thing you can do, right? Here's a cool thing. So instead of like having to pull up all these job boards or like pulling up or having like to do all that nonsense, one thing you could do, and you have to look into this yourself, but there's like software and different programs that you can get, and it will scrape through different websites and different places. You could have it scrape job boards, and you can have it look for like the latest messages that people have put in, like, hey, I need whatever it is. Maybe it's like I need a plumber, or like I need a designer. I need somebody, like whatever it is. And so what you can do is you can have the software drop you an email every single day, and it'll give you a list of all the newest messages and all the newest job offers and things like that. So that's one thing that you can do if you want to kind of automate the process a little bit. And I'm trying to remember, there's a thing, it's called like LFFT or something. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, check it out.
Yeah, I mean, quick money, a lot of times too. I did a video a while ago. I think it's on my channel. It's called Project Bonefish. And you'll see how I make these fish really simple with a piece of plywood, piece of wood. And you actually just draw it on the plywood, cut it out with a jigsaw, and paint it up and sell it. And the reason I started doing them is because the first one I made, I saw at an art show, and they were selling them for like $150. And I went home and I made one in about 20 minutes. But I have them on my house. I have them on the gable of my garage. I've had other friends make one. My neighbors have one. They've made some. But it's something really simple. With one sheet of plywood, you could probably make, a sheet of plywood is expensive, but you could probably make 10, 15 of those fish and sell them for at least 30, 40, $50 a piece with some old paints, things like that. But there's a lot of ways you can make extra money. But reselling is a big one. I think that's a quick way to make money, is Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. So, again, on Craigslist this week, I've made $950 just selling stuff that I didn't need. I mean,
Yeah,
so.
like what can you like refurbish, right? Like you can refurbish things, or you can like, There's all sorts of stuff you can
No,
do.
you can do too. You can dry if you live in a nice town, somewhat nice. People are always putting furniture out by the street, like
Yeah.
dressers, sofas. Sometimes scoop them up if you can with a truck or get a trailer. Haul them off to your house. Put them on Craigslist for $100.
Yeah, he says I have handyman and gardening skills, not very internet savvy. That's what I was going to say, because a lot of times, like Gonzo, you're younger, and I don't know how old Lynx is, but a lot of times people aren't internet savvy to where they can just go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to go on a message board or things like that. But I know there's like websites like Etsy and things like that where people make things and they sell the shit out of them. I mean, I thought about putting my fish on there, but then I'm like, all right, should I take like 4 days and make like 50 different styles of fish? Should I do that? And then just like pop them off. And then I'm like, oh crap, that means I got to ship them. I mean, there's a lot to it. So I think a lot of times people, when somebody says something like that, they're looking for like something quick, easy. Again, reselling is a big deal. Yeah, if you could go to like thrift stores and look for books, things like that, but I think you got to know what you're looking for.
Yeah, you do.
I don't care if it's a book, but things that people need, people want. Recreational things are big. Skateboards. For me around here, skateboards, surfboards, a guitar. But look at something and say, okay, if I can pick this up for $25, can I sell it for 75? And a lot of people will say, oh, you only make $50. Well, it's still $50 you didn't have. I'm not too proud to take things home from my jobs and throw them right on Craigslist. I mean, I sell every door that I pull out of a house or something like that. But there's also been times to where I see something, I'll tell you another tip too, is like, know when your big trash day, they call that big trash day around here, but know your trash days. So when people are dropping stuff alongside the road, go ahead and don't be afraid to pick it up and sell it.
Well, I'll tell you something funny, right? So, and this is really sad. I tried this in my area, I just checked in my area to see if this was really a thing. And I think unfortunately, a lot of the businesses have caught on depending on where you're at, but I say try it anyway. In some places like Guitar Center, they would actually throw out fully functioning guitars. They would throw them in the trash and throw out, cables, and they would throw out all this stuff that was super easy to fix. If you had a soldering iron, you could fix all these cables and they're totally usable. And so I know a couple guys, they would take these guitars and they had like a minor issue and they would just, fix it up, whatever, and just resell it. And they're like a lot of money for these guitars. And the screwed up thing is that some of these businesses sort of caught on to that. So they started intentionally destroying the guitars with like a hammer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad thing. But I'd
Yeah,
say
I remember. You guys don't remember. You remember? Probably nobody remembers Tom McCann. Do you remember that shoe store? Probably not.
no.
Yeah, that was for me. Primal Man, do you remember Tom McCann shoes?
No.
No, but we had gone. I remember me and my buddy when we were really young, because we used to go actual dumpster diving behind a little whatever strip mall near us, and we used to pull out the shoes, and we used to give them to my buddy's dad to sell for us. But what happened was when they found out we were doing that, you know what they did? They actually took a utility knife or a box cutter and they cut the shoes before they threw them in the dumpster. When they found out we were taking them out of there.
Wow. Yeah.
So,
What a waste.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, it's John Boston. I remember Tom McCann. That's great, man. Yeah, that's boy. What's funny, John Boston, is I can't even believe I remembered that name. Tom McCann shoes. So, yeah, John Boston says too, I saw a guy with a pickup truck that had scrap metal in it. Yeah, this is the issue with like metal. Even aluminum, I don't think it's worth a whole lot now. I remember when aluminum, I used to save the aluminum for my windows and doors and screen. We call them pool cages here, and it's truly not worth it for me anymore. I want to say raw metal is like 8 or 9 cents a pound, which isn't a whole lot. So, scrap metal is a tough one. It really is. But if you get into like aluminum or copper, that's where the money is. But the money is not. I haven't looked at scrap prices in a long time, but I really don't think. I guess if you don't have anything, but most of the time with like actual metal or steel, it's probably not worth the gas in your truck to take it to a recycler, and that's a shame. Aluminum used to be good bucks for me. I remember taking down a pool cage and spending about, me and my buddy spending 3 hours cleaning it up. When I say cleaning it up, you get all the regular metal off it. We made $1,200, and split that. But it's not the case. That's when aluminum was I don't know, a couple bucks a pound. Now I want to say it's maybe $40 a pound or 40 cents a pound. I don't know what the prices are, but I don't think it's much. Maybe our fact checker could tell me what aluminum is.
Yeah, let me check that.
I gotta get going, boys.
All right, where are you going?
Going to eat.
You're not excused yet.
I gotta make a phone call too.
I'm holding your ass accountable. This is accountable. I thought you were fasting. God damn it! Come on.
No, I ate today already. Intermittent fasting.
Yeah. Well, it looks like I don't know if this is per can.
See y'all, fellas.
Hang on. See you, man. Let's see. Peace. Here. Okay. It doesn't actually tell me the amount. It just says like the average price is 34 cents.
That's probably a pound.
High price. Okay, low price unit. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. USD per pound. So 34 cents aluminum can scrap. Aluminum car wheel scrap is $3.36 though.
Okay. What about that's extrusion? Yeah.
Yeah, and then aluminum cast scrap is 24 cents.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very very poor. But yeah, aluminum car wheels seem to be car scrap seems to be the best one. Everything else is just aluminum reefers scrap is $1.12. Yeah, that's about it. Everything else is peanuts. So
yeah, it's funny too. Here, John Boston says we had a Tom McCann next to Caldor. You know what? I remember Caldor. That's so funny. That's a blast from the past, John Boston. That's incredible. And I want to say Caldor was like if I'm not mistaken, that was like a Walmart or a Kmart. Are there still Kmarts?
I think there are. Yeah,
Are
there's
there
a couple
really?
of them.
Is there really?
I think I've seen a couple. A lot of them closed down, but like our Kmarts.
That was the red light special at Kmart, I think, where they put like a flashing red light.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the red light special.
How many Sears and Kmarts will be left by 2021's end? This is an article from Forbes. Okay, here we go. Wait. Oh, that's Sears. So there's only 122 Sears businesses left, apparently. And 48 Kmarts.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's 48 of them.
Wow, I think there's still a Sears. I think there's still a Sears in my town. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I just wonder too, John Boston, if you're still here, what was Caldor's? Was that was like a Kmart, if I'm correct, or a Walmart? I think that's kind of what it was. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. But I do remember that. That's so funny.
Yeah, Dwayne is right. The Kmarts are pretty much like a dollar store. That's what they're like.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the old Sears catalog. Yeah. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm showing my age, man.
Now just
I
wait.
remember
Eventually,
everything used to come in catalogs. Are you kidding me?
there will come a generation where it'll be like, yeah, you remember Toys R Us? Like all the kids aren't gonna know what Toys R Us is.
Look at, he says like a Zares. Okay, there's another blast from the past.
Borders books. What about that?
Borders
Yeah.
books. Yeah, yeah.
They're gone.
Well, that's just like Toys R Us. I mean, what's the point? You know?
Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazon.
There's still nothing like purchasing something and seeing it. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you know what you want or if you bought it before, you know, my last pair of Timberlands I bought for work were I bought them online because I knew what I had before. So, but I still like to try on a shoe. You know, you think about, you know, anybody buys shoes online. It's like, you know what? If they don't fit right, I got to send them back. What a pain in my ass.
Yeah.
You know?
You can't just go there.
Yeah, you just can't go there, you know. But there's something to be said for the actual touch of feel of something when you purchase it. I don't care what it is,
Yeah.
you know. How many times have you purchased something? Oh, here Carly says, Woolworths. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know what Woolworth is?
No.
Oh, geez. We had a Woolworth across the street from us in a little strip mall growing up, and I think most Woolworth had it. Like mine had an actual a place I don't know what you would call it, like a Woolworth had like a little diner kind of thing. Okay. And so you would get like your ice cream and a hot dog, or you know what I mean? It was like what'd you call it? Like a soda fountain or something. So yeah, that's so funny. Oh, Woolworth. You know, I actually remember the Mr. Peanut, okay, in the drugstore where they had the Mr. Peanut and they actually had the roaster in there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And the smell, I can remember the smell of that. So the old Mr. Peanut. Yeah.
That's right. Is Mr. Peanut, has he been retired officially now? Or was that a meme? Like, let me look.
Oh, I don't know. But he had the top hat, the cane, and the monocle. I guess.
I think there was a meme a while back, or maybe they actually did it, where they're like, we're going to retire Mr. Peanut.
This is great. John Boston. Woolworths had the seats where you could sit and eat, and they cooked fries. Yep. And what looked like motor oil. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, geez, that brings back. You know what? When I say young, man, I mean, you're talking, you know, I was 8, 10 years old. So we're talking 50 years ago, man. I mean, that's a long time ago. I mean, it doesn't seem that long ago to me, but yeah, I remember those days. So Dwayne says Piggly Wigglies. Oh, that's funny. I think Piggly Wigglies is more of the South. I think that's a Southern thing, if I'm not mistaken. So, hell, I know John Boston is up there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cumberland Farms and Stewart's. I don't know if anybody remembers Stewart's, and I think that's kind of a northern thing. So, like, this is great, man. Where is it here? Yep, it's got one in Nashville. That's a Piggly Wiggly. Woolworths had the square hamburgers.
What the?
Yeah, kind of like the White Castle. And I remember White Castle back home. Yeah, the real thing, the real deal.
White Castle sliders. That sounds good.
Oh, they are good.
I'll take a fucking White Castle right now.
Yeah, they're just like Crystal Burgers. So when Crystal stole their whole idea. So, yeah, Cumberland Farms had the big coffee. Oh, that's so funny. I just wonder, John Boston, do you remember Stewart's? Because Stewart's, I used to buy my soda, and it was returnables. And it was great because it was 10 cents a bottle. And a whole case of soda would cost you, I think the returnable 10 cents a bottle was more than the soda. And then they used to have beer in returnables. And so you used to buy a case of beer called Narragansett. Narragansett. We used to call them Gansers. And it was really cheap, super cheap. You paid for the bottles. So
and I was going to say, back then, was your rent like $20?
Yeah.
$20 for rent.
Yeah. That's funny you say that because I remember the house that we rented a country house, me and a roommate, and I want to say I think my rent was like $300 a month. That was my part of it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was a whole house. Yeah, there it is. Narragansett beer. Yeah. Yeah, we used to call them Gansers, because it was super cheap. I mean, you would buy a case of beer. I think the returnable was, again, more than the actual beer. So as you return and get another case, I want to say you paid like $4 for a whole case of beer, and that's 24 bottles. So yeah, that's so funny.
Amazing.
Yeah, Dwayne says Blockbuster. Yeah, Blockbuster.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember Blockbuster.
Hollywood Video.
Yeah, yeah,
Man.
yeah.
All gone. It's all Netflix now.
Yeah, I remember when our Blockbuster closed here. Yeah. And I remember the last year of it. It's been a while. I want to say it's been a solid 10 years or more, at least. I think it's Panera now. So I do. I think Blockbuster turned into Panera. So
well, that was for the greater good then.
yeah, I guess it was, Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I remember going to Blockbuster. Yeah, that was kind of cool back in the day. That's so funny. The old school. Let's see what he says. We used to get Narragansett in old Milwaukee. Yep.
Amazing.
Wow, look at there's one surviving Blockbuster in some small town. Yeah, that's funny. I wonder, are there any Blockbusters? I mean,
I'm looking it up. I don't think so. I think they entirely disappeared, but I'll check.
yeah, Krispy
it's-
Kreme. Yeah.
There was a Twitter account that was a meme that was about that. It was like, we're the last Blockbuster, and they would like somebody forgot to do the pest control this month or something.
Yeah, I'm going to make a comment on this with John Boston because he says I agree. Krispy Kreme didn't make it in the Northeast. Duncan killed them. But now that I'm in the South and I've been down here for well over half my life, I'm going to just go ahead and say it that I do have a Dunkin' Donuts close, but God, I haven't bought donuts in forever. I can't even remember last time I bought donuts. But Krispy Kremes are way better than Dunkin'. That's just a fact.
Yeah, the last corporate Blockbuster stores disappeared as of January 12th, 2014.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're gone. They're entirely gone.
Wow. Because now they have Redbox. Isn't that what it's called? Redbox?
That's right. Yeah, Redbox.
Yeah. You just go in and put your credit card in and it drops you a video. I think you put your credit card in,
Yeah, you get a DVD.
I haven't used a Redbox in, has to be like 7 or 8 years. I just haven't.
It's a lot of competition. I mean, you can get movies at the library. I mean, wait, do people still go to the library?
Yeah. In fact, my mom and dad, I don't know if they still do it, but they did get movies from the library. So, but well, dial-off. Let me tell you something. Do you know that I'm trying to think of the email that somebody gave me here recently, and I think it was at AOL.com, and I looked at the guy funny. And I'm like, is there really still AOL.com? And there is.
Yep.
There's also another email, too, somebody gave me recently. And I had to laugh. I'm like, God, I wish I had it here. I should look in my book, but they wrote it down. I'm like, what? Really?
Like, yeah, AOL. I mean, there's
Trying to think of the other emails, too, that there was.
Hotmail, but Hotmail.
I still have a
Hotmail.
Hotmail. I still have a Hotmail. It's one of my first emails. I still have it. I still have Hotmail.
There was Garfield Mail that got bought out by Gmail. So
Yeah. Boston says, I still have my Hotmail account. I do too. I've always had it. It's on my iPhone. I've got like 7 emails, but I'm trying to think what I use my Hotmail for. Not a whole lot anymore, but I still have it. Why not? So that's funny.
Yeah, I've been exploring because I have, my web servers and stuff like that. I've considered moving all of my email stuff just onto my own servers. So I'll have Gonzo Mail. That's what I'll have.
Yeah, that's funny. Dial up. Oh God, I remember dial up. That's just, oh God. And you hear that screeching like a fax machine. You right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so strange.
I like that sound though. I do like that sound. It brings you back. It brings you back.
That's why when Nick Gonzalez was talking about a tornado, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right, tornado.
That's kind of the old days of tornado. So, and he was saying he kept clicking on things and it kept opening up other boxes when you were Xing it out. I've never heard that before, a tornado, before Nick said that.
You can everybody right now, just so you know, you can visit this website, dialupsound.com, and you will be instantly greeted with the America Online logo, and you will get the dial-up sound. It's amazing. Yeah.
What does he say? Drew's in here, and he says, laugh all you want. I have a stack of AOL CDs that add up to tens of thousands of free internet service. Is that for real?
What?
Huh.
What the?
Yeah, I wonder if that's for real. Wow.
IRC chats are still a thing too. I thought that was pretty crazy because nowadays, you have texting and you have messengers and all this stuff, but IRC chats and stuff, kind of like AOL, are still around. People still using them. I think it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Are those people still on MySpace also?
Have you seen MySpace recently?
Is there still a MySpace?
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know who bought it out. I feel like somebody bought it out, like Kanye or like Justin Bieber or somebody. They bought out MySpace, or like Justin Timberlake or something, and they're trying to bring MySpace back. It looks crazy now. Like here, let me get this on my screen. It's like, there we go. That's got MySpace. That's MySpace right now, guys.
Oh wow.
It's sleek. It looks like a news website. But yeah, you can, and I guess you can check out, you can listen to music, and it takes a while. Okay, well, we got one. Got a couple here. Yeah, you got music. So this is MySpace.
I wonder if I have a MySpace account. I wonder if I could log back into it.
You log into MySpace. That'll be a trip. Teenagers keeping MySpace alive, from what I heard. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's MySpace.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, this is a trip down memory road right now for me.
Yeah.
I'm curious, anybody else of any old things like that from the past, if you remember it. It's funny as you get older and you get more, just everything, gets more technologically advanced we look back at some of the things that we did back in the day. As far as, just like stores and things like that, what's come and gone, it's just so funny, just to hear, somebody talk about Woolworth or, is there still a Woolworth? I'm curious. There's got to be one left, right? And like Podunk.
trying to think, like, what's something where everybody was like, man, that's so sad that that's gone, and now everybody's like, wait, what's that? Like, I'm trying to think of things like that.
Yeah. John Boston says, my kids told me Facebook is for my generation. Yeah, that's the truth. I know that when my mom and dad are on there, so I don't know, how that's what tells me.
Lunchables Pizza. Interesting. America's Funniest Home Videos. Are they still going?
Jeez, I don't know.
I'm like, you'd think, right? There's so many compilations of crazy things that happen on YouTube and all this stuff. I'm like, are they still going, right? But now everybody has a cell phone. There's so much competition now. I don't think they could keep doing it.
Yeah, Link says, my kids ask me what people did before the internet. They think everyone just sat around bored all the time. I tell them no. People actually went outside and did things together. And I got to agree with you there, man. We didn't, my mom had a cowbell, and she would ring that. We could hear it wherever we were. But we didn't come home until we heard that. It wasn't like we had a cell phone, but we were out doing things, when we were kids. I mean, I don't care what it was. We didn't want to go home, so I don't see the kids, I don't see the parks and things like that full like when I was a kid, because that's what people did. So you did things that were fun. So I don't know that one, John Boston. Philanese or whatever it says. Philanese.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
America's Funniest Home Videos is still around, by the way. They're still going strong, apparently.
On a TV show?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hosted by Alfonso Ribeiro? Ribeiro? I don't know. I miss Tom Bergeron. He was good.
It must be net. Well, I remember the guy from
Bob Saget?
Bob Saget.
Bob Saget, yeah.
Yeah. I want to say Full House. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob Saget.
You guys remember Taylor Shoes? Okay. Philanese is like Macy's. Taylor Shoes. That I don't remember.
I remember Circuit City.
Is there still Circuit City? No.
No, they
Best
disappeared.
Buy. Yeah, Best Buy is what kind of took over that. Comp USA. Yep. Yeah, it's funny how a lot of these big businesses, and it's all about, I think it's about like adapting to a new world is what it is, and they don't adapt. So what stores have adapted? I mean, besides Burger King, McDonald's, things like that, but what stores have been around forever? You'd think like Kmart would have like done something. I think they called it the Big K, right?
Big
Not
K,
Kmart.
yeah.
The Big K.
The Big K.
Yeah, not good. And then I think Walmart says, well, we'll take that Mart now. We'll call it Walmart since you got rid of it.
Amazing. You know what this may sound a bit weird, right? But you know what I miss is when they made animated films, they actually drew them out. And now in Disney, they came out and they were like, no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're just going to do 3D animation all the way. And I think that's unfortunate because I'm just like, bruh, I get it. It's like, it's old school, but.
Well, isn't that when don't they call them cells where where people people buy those and trade those as cells? Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah. Cell animation.
Yeah. It's like a clear sheet. And I think everyone is different, to make the character move.
Yeah, they have the backgrounds and then they lay that on top and then they take a picture and that's the frame. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the blue light special is Kmart? Yeah, that's what it was. I remember calling it the red light special here earlier, but the blue light special.
Blue light special. That sounds right.
They used to look for the light and there was some sale in the store. So when you were in the store, you could go ahead and get the sale. That's so funny.
What books do like people read to their children these days? That's another thing that's really fun. I found out. Maybe I'll make a video on this at some point. But we had the thing with Dr. Seuss recently, and then there was, there's all these books now that they don't let children read anymore. Like I think they've even in some places they've gotten rid of like The Old Lady Who Swallowed a Fly. That was too crazy for kids or whatever to handle. I feel like they've just like slowly chipped away at what kids can handle, and they've dumbed them down. They're dumbing them down with stuff.
How about Swimmy? Do you remember Swimmy?
Swimmy. That sounds familiar. Let me look it up.
Yeah, it was the little fish.
Swimmy.
The old kids book, Swimmy.
Swimmy. Now I found a Japanese J-pop album. Let me see.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody in the chat remembers Swimmy.
Here we go. From 1963.
Yeah.
And I don't have a picture of it. Let me see if I can.
Well, what happened was I'm trying to remember if he was a little black fish or a little white fish. I don't remember. But he was different than all the other fish. And so they were trying to get another bigger fish was trying to eat them. So they all formed a big fish, and he became the eye.
That's right. As soon as I see it, I'm like, I remember this. Yeah, that's right. And it was done in watercolor. It looks like it's watercolor.
Yeah.
Man,
Was Swimmy white or black?
He's black.
Okay.
He's black.
What the?
What the? Yeah.
Yeah. Good old Swimmy.
Get that on the screen there.
Oh, yeah. Let me see it here. Swimmy.
That's
Yeah.
Swimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get a bigger one. Nope. Even tinier. Hang on. Let me see if I can. All right. Let me just get image maybe. Oh, nope. That's a YouTube video. We don't want that. Nope. Okay. Hang on. We'll do Swimmy. Dang it. Okay. Please don't. Okay. Well, there's some questionable things on here, but that looks like it. That's the same dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Good old Swimmy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tiny image. That's a tiny, tiny image, but there we go.
There it is, right there.
That took a while.
Yeah, that's so funny because I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't remember the title, but as soon as I saw it, I'm like, I remember that for sure. Yeah. Reading that growing up. I just remember Pomeroys.
I don't remember Pomeroys. You know what's so funny is there was such a big divide between stores, between like southern United States, when I say southern East Coast, and the Northeast where I grew up. And the same thing was out west, like California. We had a Jack in the Box that came to our town, when I was in my early teens, and it was the best food ever. It was the greasiest tacos. It was just so good. Let's just say I remember when Burger King would have their sale on burgers, and they would be 15 cents. Yeah.
Those were the days. And your rent would cost like $20. Car insurance was like 15.
Yeah. Yeah, Drew says more like diarrhea in a box. Yeah, but it was so good. It was so good, Drew. It was. Great burgers and great tacos.
That's like what they say about Taco Bell now. That's a joke.
Yeah. You know what I did tonight? Just so you guys know, I look at Swimmy. Jesus, wow. Look at that. Boy, if that doesn't bring back memories. I remember the cover of that book so well. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that one, and then well, we talked about this one before, but like the
Five Chinese
brothers, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was
They threw them all in an oven, right? Correct?
yeah, or one of them got thrown in an oven.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah. Okay, here we go. There we go. The 5 Chinese brothers. Yeah.
My mom gave me an old book. It's called If I Had a Dog. In fact, I have it in my office.
Mhm.
I don't know if you ever heard of that one.
No, let's look this one up.
If I Had a Dog. Yeah. There it is.
Oh, is it this one?
That's one right there. Yeah.
If I Had a Dog.
I have that exact book in my office. Yeah. When is that from?
That's a good question here. Let's go to Amazon and check, shall we? Let's see here. Amazon.com. 1984?
Yeah, that can't be right.
I'm like, maybe it's on Goodreads. I had a dog. Dog.
Well, I was 4 years out of high school then, so
Yeah.
I was reading it then.
Yeah. 1984. Okay. It was Bernice O'Neill, right? Is that it? Is that the one we were just looking at? That's not it.
Sure.
That's not it.
Yeah.
No, we want this one, maybe? That's a different book. How many books are called If I Had a Dog? If I Had a Dog. Who was that by? Who was If I Had a Dog? That was Lillian Obligado.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Howard Johnson's. Yeah, Howard Johnson's was good. Hojo's, we used to call it. Did the East Coast have Venture or Famous Bar? No, I've never heard of that. Never heard of that.
It's just showing 1984. Published first in 1984. What? Yeah.
It's possible.
Maybe. Really? Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, it just says published first in 1984, and I can't find any earlier editions. This is just, this is all we got. Can we enlarge the cover?
Well, maybe my mom gave it to me 4 years after I graduated from high school. I'm going to have to ask her why she gave that to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, because 84. There you go.
Yeah, he said, oh, Bradley's. There's. Oh, I remember Bradley's, John Boston. That's great. Yeah, that's another store back in the day, like Kohl's. It's kind of like a Kmart's. I think it mostly had clothes and things like that. But yeah, Bradley's was another one. I just wonder if John Boston remember Carl Company with a C.
Carl
Yeah.
Company?
I just wonder if John Boston remembers Carl Company or Carl's Company. I'm not sure if it's Carl's Company or Carl Company with a C. Fact checkers checking Carl Company.
Yeah, I'm checking it right now. Not related to Carl's Jr., which just came
Yeah,
out.
definitely not.
Carl Company. I'm seeing new. This looks like a new bit. Carl? Relax, recover, and sleep?
No, I think it's Carl's Company.
Yeah.
It would be from the 70s.
Thankfully, I didn't have the screen share up for this one because the image results, man. I don't know what Carl's doing, man.
Yeah, look at Spencer's. Yeah, there's still a Spencer's in the mall here in Florida.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. At least the last time I was there, which is a couple of years ago, there was Spencer's. Yeah. Kind of gag gifts, black lights. Yep. Edible underwear. That's funny you say that. I remember that same thing in Spencer's.
I found Carl International. Yeah, no, I'm not finding the Carl's company. No. CKE restaurants. Carl's Jr. Yeah.
Yep. He says they have a Spencer's in Madison. Yeah. Pretty sure there's still a Spencer's in the mall near me.
Oh,
Spencer's Gifts, I think is what they call it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I've got some news for you. This is an older article, but apparently Beyond Meat has, this was a few years ago, they partnered with Carl's Jr. to launch the Beyond Famous Star.
Oh,
More than
Lord.
1,000 locations. I'm like, Carl's Jr., like, y'all, I thought y'all would be like the last to go vegan. That'd be like Wendy's going vegan. Like, what?
They're trying so hard, aren't they?
They are.
I think they're getting paid incentives to have, Beyond whatever. Nobody's going to buy that crap.
And it's just amazing because it's everywhere. It's like at Denny's, they have something like that. I'm not sure if they've done it at IHOP yet, but Denny's, they have it. And, what the?
John Boston said, where is it here? Orange Julius. Do you guys remember Orange Julius in the mall? He says it's Julio's, but it was Orange Julius. I'm not sure if he's spelling it right. I always called it Orange Julius. Oh, that's just great. I am so glad he brought that up. They were so good. It was just kind of like an orange drink, kind of almost like a creamsicle, I think.
Oh, I found it. Here.
Is he spelling it right?
It's no, it's totally incorrect. It looks like. Hang on, but this one's right next to it. It's like a double with a Dairy Queen here.
Orange Julius, really?
Yeah, let me see.
Is it spelled like Julius Caesar?
Yeah, Julius Caesar.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh, look at that. Son of a gun. They are so good. John Boston, that is great. I haven't heard Orange Julius in a long time. Oh, that is so funny.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Are they still around? Let's see. That's still around.
Oh, that is
still around.
Huh? Look at Drew says here, Orange Julius and Dairy Queen. Wow, look at that. Yeah, we have Dairy Queens here, but they're just by themselves. And I think the burger is a brazier burger, and it's a really good burger, actually. It just takes forever. That's all.
So I have a question. So I went I went to the South a while back. I think I dipped into Florida a couple of years ago.
Radio Shack.
Radio Shack. What? Is Radio Shack like just from your area? Is Radio Shack gone now? Okay.
You know what? I think there's still a Radio Shack here in our town.
Okay.
Because I remember I used to be in the free battery club. You guys remember that? You get a free battery a month. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're still around. And
yeah.
We got a nice little Radio Shack there. Oh man, I haven't seen one in forever.
I'm trying to think of the last thing I got at Radio Shack. It wasn't that long ago. What did I get at Radio Shack? Oh, I know what it was. My radar detector.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In fact, they had to give me a new one because the guy, he tested mine and he smoked it right there. And so they had to give me the better one. That's the one I have in my truck. And it's probably like 2 years old. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's a Radio Shack. Still going strong.
That's so funny. Spencer's had to have R-rated restriction to enter the store. Yeah, I remember that. It's still the same. Yeah. Yeah. Edible underwear. That was the big thing about Spencer's. Yeah.
I'm looking. Man, we don't have a picture of it.
what can a store? I think what's keeping Radio Shack alive is that they sell phones. If I'm correct, I think that's what's keeping Radio Shack alive. Yeah, like selling cell phones.
Man, I haven't been to one in years. I've never seen a Fredder's before, because Train mentioned it.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, but
Oh, look at that free battery. He remembers the free battery. He used to be in the battery club. It was a battery club. I think it was like a business card, and they would do the hole punch on it. Just kind of, yeah. So you get your free battery a month. So, yep,
Radio Shack computers, Tandy.
yep, yep.
Let's look up a Tandy and see if I can get a picture of one here.
Oh, this is
Tandy
funny,
computers.
man. Some of this stuff is just funny. Fredder's the Chicago area.
Oh man, that's your that is your portable computing experience right there. Tandy computer, Tandy laptop computer, 1400 LT.
Would any of those be compatible now? Would it be possible to use them? Like,
Well, let's see what they ran. I don't think so. That's my best guess. I guess it depends on the year, right? Well, okay. 1977, so almost definitely not. I don't think they would even run Windows 95 if you tried, although I could be wrong. I don't know. Let me see, like, did they come pre-packaged with like a special operating system, or was it DOS, or like
Dwayne says the floppy drives in that.
That's another thing, DOS. Did you use DOS, Tony?
Oh, geez, I don't remember.
Gateway computer.
Oh, there it is, right there.
DOS.
Drew's DOS.
There we go. There we go. DOS.
All I know is I have an Apple now, and I'll tell you, once you go Apple, it's really hard to go back. I mean, this is just, the fact that I don't have to boot my computer before I turn it on is just absolutely amazing to me, And besides, my Apple computer, my iPhone, and my Apple TV just work flawlessly all together. Mirroring, whatever. It's just such a flawless system. It really is. I mean, to me, I don't know what you guys use, but I know some people aren't Apple people, but it took me a while. I mean, this is my first Apple computer, and I absolutely love it. It just works great, except for the Echo. What was it, 2 Thursday nights ago?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And all I did was have 2 windows open, and I didn't actually know it. So
it happens. Yeah, that can happen on any computer. I use a Mac, but strangely, I might end up being one of those guys. I might actually move to Linux. We'll see what happens. I know Linux is kind of a meme these days, but because there's always that guy in the comments, like a game comes out or something, or some piece of software, and it's like, why haven't you made a Linux version?
I mean, that's just like when Betamax was going to take over VHS. Yeah. That never quite happened.
Speaking of DOS, did y'all ever play Zork or The Lurking Horror? Or any of those text adventure games?
Yeah. See, I used to like video games when I grew up was like Pong, which was big. It was just stupid. There was a line down the middle and ding, 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 ding. It was just, but I remember having Pong. And it seemed like it took forever to hook up to the TV. And then Space Invaders, I want to say, was the next one. Space Invaders. And then Pac-Man. And then the last thing I've had here in this house that I live in now is I've had a PlayStation, but that's it. So.
Yeah.
I used to love the racing games on PlayStation. Those were my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like the rally games.
Missile Command. Yeah. Missile Command and man. Sinclair computers. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, never. I've never heard of that one. Missile Command. I don't think I know that.
Let me see if I can get a picture of that one. I think I actually I might be thinking of Asteroid, but I think I also know what Missile Command is.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Asteroids. Asteroids was before Space Invaders.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the one in the center,
man.
where it was in the center, and you would just an arrow and you just shoot.
That's right. But this Missile Command, oh man, see, this is when they made like cool like they painted game art. It wasn't anything like the actual game, obviously, but like they made really cool art to sell that game. Let me tell you.
ColecoVision.
Oh, here does that ring a bell? Let me see if I can I get a zoom on there?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. John Boston says, "I got the Tony Bruno course, how to meet a high value woman on Betamax," and you paid for overnight shipping on that. Yeah. And we actually converted that for you. That was personally. We did that. And it wasn't easy.
We did it on Betamax.
Pitfall.
Pitfall. I'm going to have to look that one up too. So all these things I'm going to have to look up. We're the fact checking, the figures.
Let me tell you something. If anybody, and I know John Boston has to remember Pong. Am I saying it right? Pong. Do you know how technically advanced that was back in the day? To have a Pong system at your house, that was a big deal. That was huge. And it was just black and white. There wasn't a whole lot to it.
Is this what you were talking about, Drew, with Pitfall? The Mayan adventure for the Sega Genesis?
My favorite Atari game, Kaboom. Yeah, it's funny because I did have an Atari. And I'm just trying to think of the games through Atari. But I want to say like Space Invaders and I can't remember through what was through Atari.
Atari?
Yeah, he says no, not on Atari. Okay. Data and overnight shipping.
Let's see. Let me see. We're on Wikipedia. I can just look up. We got Atari games. Atari games. Here we go. Oh, okay. Games here. Marble Madness.
No. Yeah, read them up. I'm curious.
Paperboy. I know this one. That's the game where you deliver papers on a bike like they used to back in the day. The Zoomers aren't going to get that one these days. Peter Packrat, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Gauntlet, Super Sprint Roadrunner, Gauntlet 2, Championship Sprint, 720 Degrees, Road Blasters, APB, Zybots, Blasteroids. That sounds familiar too.
Yeah, that one I don't know. I'm trying to think what I had on Atari. I haven't heard anything yet.
Tetris, of course. Hydra, Race Driving, Rampart, Batman. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he's right. Pac-Man is what I had on Atari. And Donkey Kong. Yep. Frogger,
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And Frogger, let's see. And of course, Grand Theft Auto. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. All you old bastards are up late like me tonight. Yeah. I'm watching it. Talking about Atari. That is great.
That's all way too new. Early 80s. Yeah, well, 84. Hey, wait. Atari games. Maybe is this like am I on like the wrong page or something? Parent Warner Communications. Yeah, the earliest I found is Marble Madness.
Right. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's about right.
Yeah. I don't really recognize many of these games either. I do recognize Paperboy, but that's the main one. Yeah.
Oh, that's great because, those old school games. I mean, I can remember when, and to be 100% honest, I remember just having a black and white TV.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this is Paperboy. And John Boston says, "My kids love Paperboy. They would throw papers at the dogs." Hilarious. Yeah, you'd go and deliver the paper. That was the game.
Yeah. Drew says the original console would have been late 70s.
Oh.
Dwayne Hicks says Space Race 1973.
Okay, well let's see if I can find the old games. Let's see. Atari DOS. We got Atari. Okay, here we go. Atari games. Oh, see, that's 18. Oh man, I just want a list of like the original games. Atari Corporation 84 to 86. Okay, here we go. Atari Inc. So
That looks like Pong right there.
Yeah, you can see
Pong?
I think you could play Pong for sure. Oh,
Yeah.
yep, there's Pong.
Yeah.
There's Pong right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Tank. Tank. That's
Tank.
Yes, I remember Tank. Oh God, yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can arcade games. So we have arcade games, and then do we have okay. So yeah, these are the arcade games. So yeah, so you had Anti-Aircraft Asteroids, Asteroids Deluxe, Atari Baseball, Atari Basketball, Football, Avalanche, Battlezone, Black Widow. That sounds familiar. Black Widow. It's a shooter game. Breakout, which I
remember that. Yeah.
That's like a Pong style game.
Yep.
Cannon
Breakout
Bomber.
Good one. I remember that.
What about Bomberman? What was Bomberman for?
That I don't remember.
Yeah. Breakout, Canyon Bomber, Centipede.
Yep. Great game.
Yep. Cloak and Dagger, Cops and Robbers. What?
No,
Crash and Score.
Centipede, I definitely remember.
Yeah, Fire Truck, Firefox, Mozilla Firefox. No, Clint East. Okay, based on the Clint Eastwood movie. Let's see, Flyball, Food Fight. Sounds familiar. Goal 4, Gotcha. Gravatar, Highway, iRobot, Indy 4, Indy 800, Jet Fighter, Le Mans.
Yeah, Le Mans. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liberator, Lunar Lander, Major Havoc, Millipede, Missile Command as well.
Yeah.
Monte Carlo, Night Driver, Orbit, Outlaw, Ping Pong, and Pong, and then Pong Doubles, and then Pursuit, Pool Shark, Quadrapong. How many Pongs you got there? Let's see. Quantum, Quiz Show, Quack. We got Rebound, Red Baron, Return of the Jedi, Shark Jaws, Skydiver, Sky Raider, Space Duel, Space Race, Sprint 1 through 8, Star Wars, Starship 1, Steeplechase, Stunt Cycle, Subs, Super Breakout, Super Bug, Super Pong, Tank 2, Tank 8, Tempest, Tournament Table, Triple Hunt, Tunnel Hunt.
Tempest, I remember. Tempest, I definitely remember.
Tempest, okay, yeah. And then Triple Hunt, Tunnel Hunt, Ultra Tank. And this is, right? This is what you're talking about, right? Tank?
Yeah.
And then Video Pinball and Warlords. And then they had some prototypes that never got released.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that video arcades were really popular growing up. That's what we used to do. Get a whole handful of quarters and just go nuts.
Yep. And that's some cool stuff, man. Again,
That's where I became a foosball player.
Foosball, yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm actually still very, very good at it. I will destroy people in foosball.
Is there competitive foosball?
Yeah, I actually played competitive. I had trophies and everything.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And if I was to play somebody, they would say, "Holy crap, you're really good." Still to this day, I'm probably the last time I played was last year, and just absolutely just annihilate people. And I think it's one of those things that, you know, I did so much as a kid and really in through like college even, because it was very, very popular. And the best tables to me, in fact, look up a tournament soccer table, foosball. It's called tournament soccer. Those were the best tables. Now I see all the ones with the wooden handles, which I think absolutely are horrible. But tournament soccer table, I had a tournament soccer table in this house. So, yeah.
Table football. I'm not sure if I can get a. I mean, this is just a foosball table here.
Yeah, but tournament soccer is the
brand.
It's the brand. Yeah.
Okay, here.
Yeah, tournament soccer table is just incredible. It's one of the best. Super fast.
All right, let's check it out. Soxer. Okay. Well, I don't know if this is here. Let me make sure I spell that.
Yeah,
right.
because like a real tournament soccer table only had like a 1-man in front of the goal and not a 3-man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is this?
And when I see like a 3-man in the back, I'm like, what the?
That
Yeah,
looks
that
like a
looks like-
1-man.
Yeah, that's an original tournament soccer table. They're just incredibly good. Super fast.
Let's see here. Can we get a zoom on that? It's a grainy image, but yeah, you got
That's it
the
right there. There's a tournament soccer table. That's the best table there is right
this
there.
one here.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
The rubber handles, not the wood handles.
Mm-hmm.
We used to, and still to this day, you get what's called a refund. When you hit it so perfectly and so hard right down the center, it'll shoot back out the other goal.
Amazing.
So it's funny because I can still play to this day really, really good. Like extremely well compared to like the average guy that goes and like spins the handles, that kind of thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I can pass the ball. I can basically juggle the ball back and forth, you know. So, but that's something that is just like, it's like a part of me, something I've done for many years. So anytime there's a table, I will take on anybody and absolutely destroy them. I don't care how many beers or whatever you want to play for, we're playing. So, yeah.
Get the foosball on.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Runaway Train says, yeah, played lots of foosball too. Late 70s and early 80s. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's an incredible game when you learn how to play it. You know, it really is. And still to this day, when I get on a table, people are like, what the? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because it's something that it does take a little skill, but I did it enough. In fact, I entered a DYP. It's called the Draw Your Partner.
Mm-hmm.
And I drew he's basically like the top money winner, the champion in foosball at the time. And I did absolutely nothing. And I won a trophy like this big. So, but these guys were beyond my skill level.
Yeah.
Just beyond. Yeah.
John Boston mentioned Leisure Suit Larry, and I'm not sure if this is is this the one you were talking about, John Boston? Leisure Suit Larry.
I
I've never
have
seen
Leisure
it.
Suit.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Leisure Suit.
I'll guarantee John Boston had a leisure suit. They're made out of polyester.
Oh man.
I'm trying to think like a leisure suit would be something. I think like Tyler Durden wore like a leisure suit in
Fight Club.
in Fight Club. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. There it is too.
Global hockey and air.
And air hockey. Yeah.
Man, air
Oh, those are
hockey.
great.
That's fun.
Yeah, air hockey's a riot. Yeah, I've had in my house since I've been here, it's been about 30 years. I've had a I had a nice foosball table, and then in the back room, I also had a bumper pool table. I don't know if anybody's ever played bumper pool, but bumper pool is an absolute riot. There's a lot of skill to that. Yeah. So, it's usually a hexagon table.
Oh, bumper pool. It's
Yeah.
not a normal billiard, is it? Or...
Oh no, not at all. It's got bumpers in the middle. Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, because you said like hexagonal or something. I'm like, this is still square, right?
Yeah, mine was
rectangular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's type of bumper pool too. It's a really fun game. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you ever play billiards?
Oh yeah. In fact, it's funny too because my younger brother, when we FaceTime, he'll break out. I gave him my cue. I was I used to be good at pool too. I played in the pool league. Yeah. And bowling. I still have my bowling ball.
Nice.
Yeah. Anybody bowls, I've got a blue hammer, if you know what a hammer is. So
I wonder if bowling I start to wonder if all these things are disappearing. Like, are they? I don't actually know.
You know, it's funny because I went by, it's called there's a out west of me. I was out there today doing an estimate, and I went by the place, and they call it what's it called? Bolero, and I'm like, they changed the name, so not like BOL, it's BOWL, ERO Bolero. But I'm like, man, I want to go bowling, so it's probably been like 5 years since I bowled. So bowling's fun, and I still have in my back bedroom, I've got it on one of these tripod things. It's sitting underneath. There's a desk mounted to the wall, but my bowling ball is I still have it, It's a fingertip ball. I don't know if anybody knows about bowling, but it's a fingertip ball. And if you know about bowling, like I said, I've got a hammer. And a hammer, they still sell hammers. So look up a hammer. Bowling ball hammer
here.
Yeah, just I've got a blue hammer. A blue hammer I believe it's the type of plastic it's made. So I'm actually still good at bowling too. So it takes me like probably a game to warm up.
I may just have to Google image this one, or we'll just use
just put like
here.
Put like blue hammer bowling ball.
Blue hammer.
It's got a hammer right on it. That's it. That's what I got right there. That bright one. The one in the top, the second one in the top. That's it. That's the ball. Blue hammer. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So it does. So, okay. No, it does have. I see a hole there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Great ball. Great ball. I took lessons from a Polish guy named Stash, of course, because up in the Northeast is John Boston still in there. He knows that all Polish guys were great bowlers. that's just the way it is. And my bowling instructor was Stash, and he was good. So,
well, here's one for you. Did you ever play bocce ball?
I have. In fact, my dad still plays. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. My dad still plays. He plays with all the old Italians.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I'll see if I can find a. Yeah, that's it. That's let's see here. Open it.
I think they call it bocce. I don't think it's
bocce.
I think we call it bocce, but it's bocce.
Yeah. This is like it's the game where you try to what's the goal? You try to get as close to the I don't know I don't know all the terms, right? But you got your little cue ball or whatever right here, and you want to get as close to it as possible.
This is great. Runaway Trade says bowled lots too. Bowled around 140 average. Actually, 140 average is it's not that bad. It's harder to keep an average than people think. All it takes is a couple of shitty games, and your average just tanks. I actually had probably about a 160, 170 average, but I do still have like a clipping where I had I want to say it was like a 670 triple, which was really good. If you know anything about bowling, which means 3 games adds up to like 670. So I want to say, I think at the most I think I rolled 9 in a row. I think the most I ever rolled was 9 in a row. And then this is great. Drew says jarts. Oh yeah, no, I remember jarts. Are you kidding me?
Let's see if I can get a nice image of it here. That's a tiny one.
Oh yeah, they got metal tips. I mean, it would kill you.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no, not lawn darts, but jarts. Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh.
That I see that somebody's got a freaking
Yeah. Yeah. Are you kidding me? We go to my grandparents, and that's what we would play outside. Like they give you it's 2 rings, and then you go play jarts. Like here's a bunch of spears. Here's 6 spears, and just go out in the yard and start shooting them at each other. Yeah.
See,
I am still surprised nobody ever got killed. I'm sure people got killed with them, but you know.
Yeah, but apparently the old lady who swallowed a fly, that's too intense. That's too intense. And like, this is what we used to give kids. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it.
I gotta love me some jarts.
Jarts.
Oh, that's so funny. Drew, you're killing me, man. Yeah, because they call them lawn darts now, and I want to say they don't even stick in the ground. These things stuck. They stuck whatever they hit. So,
Yeah.
this is great. This is great. Yeah, a lot of croquet. Me too. That's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, I remember setting that up in the backyard too. I remember that at my cousin's house.
See if we can get
Yeah, just so anybody's young watching this, this is what we did. We didn't have video games. We played jarts. we bowled. We played foosball. Yeah.
We played croquet. Croquet
Yeah.
right there.
Actually, croquet's fun. Yeah.
See, look at that. Now this is an old specimen from like this is clearly, this image is like from millennia ago, right? But that's this is what kids used to do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. Actually, there's playing croquet, there's something to it. I mean, it's not exactly that you really want a manicured lawn. You want the lawn as smooth as possible, you know, but between that and jarts, so you got hammers and metal steel tip darts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference in the way we grew up, you know?
Water slides.
Yeah. Yeah.
Water slides are still fashionable, I think.
Yeah.
I think they're still
That just cracks me up, the jarts.
charts. What other screwed up toys do they not make anymore? You know what? I remember oh man, what's it called? Creepy. This is kind of a newer thing, right? Toy. I'm see if I can find it. This thing was like an oven, right? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Creepy crawlers. Man. And I think they totally got rid of it because somebody like burned themselves on it or something. It's really unfortunate, but basically what this is, if you don't know, is just it was like a mold, and it came with like an oven, and you could put all the little colors in there, and so you could make these like colorful little bugs and insects and stuff. It's like an easy bake oven for bugs and stuff.
You guys see that?
And
There it is.
we go.
The blue hammer.
Here,
There you go, Gonzo.
the blue hammer bowling ball.
Yeah.
Cool stuff.
This ball is old, but it's still perfect, and I can still bowl with it. Oh, there he is, John Boston with the badminton. You know, that's funny because that's what I played: badminton. I played croquet, all those. This is so funny. What's he say? Link says my sister wanted to come outside and play when I had jars.
Primal Man says, wait, I remember creepy crawlers. What the? That's amazing. Yeah, I remember them too. I think they were pretty short-lived, to be honest. I'm not sure. I think they were pretty short-lived because they were like I said, I think somebody got burned on it or so. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. This is like oh man. Let's see if I just want to see if I can. Okay, there we go. But yeah, it's like a little oven. It's like the easy bake oven, like I said, but it's for you can make little bugs and insects and stuff. I'm not sure if they were edible. They may or may not have been edible. I don't think so though.
Yeah, I remember the easy bake oven. I remember the girls used to have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we used to cook, I think, with a light bulb. I think it was a light bulb.
Oh.
Yeah, the easy bake oven cooked with a light bulb. I'm pretty sure that's all it was. You have to leave it in there for like 10 hours. I can't imagine it was any good. I mean, not that I remember. Yeah. Mr. Potato Head.
Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, I remember Mr. Potato Head for sure.
Oh man, these new easy. Okay, this looks more like the right thing there. I'm about to say they have these new easy bake ovens that look very strange, but yeah, this.
Yeah, that doesn't look like the easy bake oven that the girls used to have growing up.
Yeah,
It was made out of metal. That I'm sure of. Had to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Easy
old
bake.
school.
It wasn't like this either. Yeah, see, this is even newer.
Yeah.
It just looks like a microwave.
Yeah.
Retro, maybe. Maybe we could find a retro
Yeah, I remember green slime. Definitely remember that.
green slime.
Yeah. You guys remember Stretch Armstrong?
Stretch Armstrong. Yeah.
Do you know what Stretch Armstrong is?
Yeah, Stretch Armstrong. Yeah, the stretchy guy.
Okay, yeah.
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 Stretch Armstrong. They still sell those. They still have them.
Oh, there it is. Lincoln Logs. Yeah.
Lincoln Logs.
I had the originals, man. Yeah. Good old Lincoln Logs.
See if we can get that visual on that too. So much nostalgia tonight, man. Gumbo.
No, Gumby.
Gumby.
Yeah, Gumby. Oh,
Gumby.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Lincoln Logs. They came in a metal can and they were actually made out of wood. Yeah, there it is.
Lincoln Logs.
Yeah, that's got to be the original. Yeah.
Yeah, the original Lincoln Logs.
Yeah, Primal Man says Pogs. Yeah.
Now, was this before or after Tinker Toys? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, I remember Tinker Toys.
Yeah.
That's when I was real young. That's like round things where you stick the wooden pegs in
Yeah,
it.
like you could build little things. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Primal Man said Pogs. I don't remember Pogs.
Pogs.
That was after me.
That sounds familiar. Let me look it up.
Yeah, Mousetrap game. How about Tippet?
Yes.
Let me tell you guys a toy I had. It was my favorite toy of all time. I want Gonzo to go ahead and research this. It was another thing that would put your eye out.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to say John Boston probably had one of these. There's another game too. Another game was Operation. That was like the greatest game in the world. You guys remember Operation, right?
Oh wait, is this what you're talking about, Gene? Hang on, the Pog. I haven't seen that ever. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, Drew says erector sets. Yeah, I remember those too. In the biggest way, I had all sorts of those. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah.
But one of my favorite toys was Vertibird.
Vertibird. How do you spell that?
Verti bird. Vertibird. It was a helicopter on a tether.
Is this it?
No, it would be you got a little controller, and you would like stall and pick up things. I had a Vertibird Police. Yeah.
Let's see if I can look that up. Giving children drones. What's going on these days? Let's see. Oh. Is that it?
That's it, man.
There we go.
It was on a tether. Like there was a little thing in the middle, and it would just fly around. You could stall. You would pick up a car. Yep, that's it. Yeah, that was my favorite game of all time. You know, the whole thing was like you'd run out of batteries in like 20 minutes.
But he'd have a heck of a time.
Yeah,
Those 20 minutes.
some of these things, these guys are cracking me up because Hot Wheels and Tonka trucks. Yeah, man. Yeah. God, I wish I kept all those. John Boston says light bright. Yep. Andy had an operation.
Operation, yeah. Operations classic.
Yeah. Yeah.
That game is so stressful, man.
So, yeah, it is. It is. And if you had them, you had to have Battleship. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know?
I'll see if I can find it. Operation game. We don't want to show an operation on the screen here. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yep.
Yeah. It was the old commercial. Use something my funny bone. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. John Boston says, "You got my funny bone."
King Martin Woolworths.
Probably that's because I had a light bright. Oh, that's great. Yep, Candyland. Yeah, I remember that too.
Candyland, yeah.
Yeah, this is took the place of video games. These were fun.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a good time back then. I mean, who plays board games anymore? You know?
Man, Candyland has been around forever. Let me see if I can.
Oh, there it is. Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Oh, yeah. I had Rock'em Sock'em Robots for sure. Yeah. Used to get out and they used to fight. And then when you hit them in the jaw, the head would pop up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can.
Weebles wobble, but they won't. What is it? Weebles wobble, but they won't fall down. Do you remember Weebles?
Weebles. No, I'm looking it up. I found bull weevils. Oh, it is it. Oh man.
Yeah, Weebles wobble, but they won't fall down.
Amazing. Look, little egg people. Like what? What the?
Yeah, I had and slot cars was a big one. The I'm trying to think of the brand that I had. God, I had that. There was oh, what's the two brands of slot cars?
Slot micro machines? Not micro.
No. If you look up old slot cars.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah. Poppers. Isn't that like a whole like
slot car? Oh man, what are you talking about? Talking about these things?
Yeah, old school slot cars. Yeah.
Man,
God, I can't remember the names. You guys are bringing up so much memories. Yeah, what's the TCR? What's the TCR? What's that stand for?
TCR. Let me look at
slot cars. Yeah. Tyco. Yeah.
Total Control Racing.
Yep. Which you absolutely had no control at all. All you did if you went too fast, you would spin out around the corner.
That kills me. Poppers.
Bruce says I dated some Weebles in my time. Fingerboards. I don't know what that. He's doing fingerboards and poppers. Come on, Primal Man.
Are you talking about the little the tiny little skateboards?
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. Fingerboards.
Man,
yeah.
Tiny little skateboards. I feel like they had a brand name, but I can't think of it. Poppers. Are you talking about this thing? You're talking about this thing.
Nah, that you had to be real young for that.
Poppers are rubber domes that you turn them inside out, set them down. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Stratego and Risk. Oh God, that's so funny.
These things. This is what he's talking about. Oh man. I haven't seen these in ooh, that's been a while.
John Boston said, "My kids with their Weebles at each other." Yeah, yeah, they would hurt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've practiced it myself. Poppers. Oh, geez. When I think of popper, guys, that's to me, poppers is completely something like, yeah, that's like really bad.
Yeah, this is a popper. Yeah, they would just stick to stuff. They'd pop, of course.
Yeah, micronauts. Yep. Oh, that's funny as hell, man. Oh, that cracks me up. Yeah, there's so much old school stuff. It's funny because you guys are all bringing back some memories, man, from growing up. Yeah. Drew says He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
How about oh man, let me see. Is it roller coaster?
Dude, this is great. The old football games, yeah. It vibrated and it just went wherever it went. Oh God, that's great.
That's Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah. That's a blast from the past there. Spacewalkers. What the? Moonwalkers. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Moonwalkers. What about what was that? What were those things? Heelys. Did you?
Oh yeah. I remember those. I'd never had them. I was a little old for those.
Yeah.
But I remember Heelys. Yeah.
Heelys.
Yeah, that was just your in your heel. It was like a roller skate, right? Attached to the.
Yeah, it was like a wheel in your shoe. Yeah.
What a great idea, though. I'm sure somebody made a lot of money off Heelys.
Oh yeah. I'm like I'm trying to find the moon shoes thing. Moonwalkers. I can't. Moon boots, maybe. I'm like trying to see if I can find it here.
Yeah, John Boston. I did make my own go-karts. Yeah, and have a wooden brake. I did that for sure. Yeah.
This is it.
Right.
I think this is what Primal Man is talking about. This is what we got there. Did you ever have one of those?
What is it?
It's they're moonwalkers or moon boots. I think this is what he's talking about. I've seen these. I remember seeing kids having these.
Yeah, to me, moon boots were the things you wore in like the 80s. That's
okay.
Different to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Runaway Train says Slinky and Play-Doh. Yeah, Slinky. I don't even think they make metal Slinkies. Aren't they plastic now?
I don't know. I think they might still have them. Let's see.
It's like a bunch of big old kids. Yeah, man. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Now see this was the equivalent of one internet back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Light Bright and Silly Putty. Yeah, Silly Putty was awesome. I remember used to take with Silly Putty, the thing we used to do with Silly Putty, and if anybody ever used Silly Putty, you would flatten it out on the Sunday comics and then pull it off, and the picture of whatever the comics was on the Silly Putty.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, just so you know, this took place of internet and had a lot of fun back in the day. John Boston says the vibrating football game. Yeah, it was so great. You just used when you'd set your players up and you have a little football, whoever was, offense or defense, and then you would turn it on, it would just vibrate. So it was just random. And then if you actually touch the game, they would just all fall over. Yeah.
I'm scared to type this into the image search. Well, here. Okay, vibrating football game. Okay, we're safe. I'm not sure if this is it though. Norman electric football goes. Was this it?
Yeah, that's the old electric football games. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. There wasn't a whole lot to it. It was pretty random. It was just wherever they went. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think anybody actually played a real game. It was almost impossible
Yeah.
because it just didn't really work. But it was something to when you're a kid. John Boston says he had parachute pants.
Parachute pants.
Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah, and Drew says building model cars. Yeah, I've done everything: model airplanes, cars, everything. Yeah, and the glue. Yeah, yeah.
Parachute pants.
Yeah, that's funny too. Like they mentioned, like a Rector set and things like that. That was just those were the good old days. So
Are these parachute pants?
yeah,
Talking
yeah.
like MC Hammer.
like hammer pants.
Yeah, yeah, it makes me think of MC Hammer. That's the first thing I thought of. Punching
Yeah,
balloons.
I think Primal Man Gene. He's a little bit. He's a little younger than us. So it's like the stuff that he remembers isn't quite the stuff that I remember. I mean, I think some things carried over, Yeah, Bobby Orr. Yeah, Dwayne Hicks, Bozo the Clown. Yeah.
Punching balloons. Are you talking this? Yeah. I remember these.
Yeah.
They were like these very thick balloons. And yeah, I guess they had like a rubber band on them, so you punch them. Amazing. I forgot about that, man.
Yeah. I had LA Gear. Sneakers. I had those. Definitely. Yep. And then Runaway Train says wants to watch McGilla Gorilla or Tennessee Tuxedo. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I found an old. Tell me if you've seen this or if anybody in the chat has seen this. But I found this. I'd never heard of it. It was an animated show. It was on TV ages back, but it was called "Wait Till Your Father Comes Home." And yeah, I don't know how popular it was, but I discovered this thing and I started listening to it, and it was like, dad's acting like a dad or whatever, and he was like, do this, and the daughter is like, she's all like for empowerment or whatever, and she's like, Dad, you're so oppressive. And I'm like, oh man, this is where 2021 started. This is like the beginning of it all.
Well, it's just like what do you say? Help, Mr. Wizard. Jesus, what is that from again now? Mr. Wizard. Yeah.
Mr. Wizard. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up. Oh, Mr.
Yeah. Beanbag chairs. Yep. Oh God, I remember those. Yeah, there's nothing like sitting in a beanbag chair. John Boston says he's going to get a beanbag chair. Help, Mr. Wizard. Yeah, I remember that.
Mr. Wizard would say, Trizzle Trazzle. Does anybody remember the name of the turtle in the cartoon? Tutor Turtle. Okay, so it's Tutor Turtle.
Drizzle Drazzle. It's time for this one to come home. If that's what it says, right? That's a good memory I have.
I'm like, I don't know. I wish I could get here. Let me see if I can get a tutor.
Yeah, Mr. Wizard. He would call for Mr. Wizard. Now it's coming back to me. Yeah, there it is. Runaway Train says, Mr. Wizard, help. John Boston. Yes, I did have a brick phone, bag phone. Yeah, and it used to be cool to carry it. So, yeah, that's it right there.
Man, that's classic. How about Puff the Magic Dragon? There's another one for you.
Oh, that's so funny, man.
Would
What's great is a lot of this stuff is like it's bringing back a lot of memories. So when somebody brings something up, it's like I remember that now. you know. But like this old cartoon, yeah, Mr. Wizard was awesome. I remember watching like Looney Tunes and Aesop's Fables. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Aesop's Fables.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
You don't remember that when, like, I think at the end the book closes and he was in the book and it like forces him.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, Aesop's Fables.
Let's see if I can find it.
I'm not sure how you spell it. I want to say it's Aesop's Fables.
Aesop's. Yeah, I always thought. See, because it's such a classic thing, and I'm sure a lot of things have that title, so I'm not sure how. Oh, Aesop and Son. That's not it. I'm like, huh. Film Fables.
Yeah, I remember doing that. I remember putting playing cards in a clothespin on your tire. I don't know if anybody else did that.
Did anybody else run over a Rubik's Cube with a car or a truck?
Yeah, I've destroyed a couple of those.
Yeah, Rubik's Cubes.
Yeah,
Man.
Lost in Space and I Dream of Jeannie, of course. There it is, Sherman and Peabody. Yep, to Aesop's Fables. Do you remember Sherman and you don't remember Sherman and Peabody, I'm sure.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, look up Sherman and Peabody. Yep.
I'm not sure if I watched it. I got into like all the Fleischer animation and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think this is it. Let's see here. Classic cartoon. Let's try that one, shall we?
Yeah, there it is. There they are.
Is that it? Like right here?
Yeah.
We got. That looks right.
Yeah. Those were the good old cartoons.
Pink Panther.
Yep.
Pink Panther.
Pink Panther was always kind of dark growing up, you know. Dwayne Hicks is Mayberry.
Like what do you like in subject matter, you mean? Or like
What's that?
for a Pink Panther?
Yeah, it was kind of dark. It was different. Yep.
Mm-hmm. It was kind of weird.
Yeah. Mayberry. Yeah. Old yeah, that was great. And then Banana Splits. Yeah, I remember Banana Splits.
One banana, two banana, two. Yeah.
You can see the different generations because like Primal Man says Roger Rabbit. And that's kind of like, in other words, I was like too old back then, but I do remember that.
Banana Splits was live action, but I guess they did have a I don't know if this is fan art or something, but oh yeah, here we go. Oh god. Here we are. Classic. Or how about HR Puffin stuff?
Yeah, I do remember that.
There was another one made by the same guys. I'm trying to think what it was like, Lid Town or something, or Lidsville, something like that. They made some weird shows. I forget their names right now, but HR Puffin stuff. And,
I put vintage Red Sox and Bruins cards on my bike with clothespins. Yeah. I can't imagine the baseball cards and cards that I've actually destroyed. Probably be worth $1 million right now. Yeah, Dwayne Hicks says Mr. Rogers. Yeah, I grew up with Mr. Rogers. Wasn't it Mr. Feely Hands or something like that on Mr. Rogers?
oh,
Mr. McFeely or something.
Mr. McFeely. Yeah, wasn't he the mailman or the?
I think so. Yeah.
That's Mr. Rogers there. Classic Mr. Rogers. You know what I thought was really funny was how it was, I didn't know Mr. Rogers was like a military vet. And so was Bob Ross.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought it would be kind of funny in like some alternate universe where you have Mr. Rogers and Bob Ross going to war with war machines. Who will win?
I watched Chips for sure, Drew. Absolutely. Yeah. That was a great show.
Archie Comics, classic.
Yeah, he says, yeah, each generation has their nostalgia. People born in slightly different eras, you know. Archie comics, absolutely. Yeah, I remember the real, you know. Yeah, see, this is like a with Primal Man, this is like a slight generation difference because all like Where's Waldo, that was a little bit, you know, past me for sure.
Calvin and Hobbes. Anybody? Let's see here. This is not what I wanted. Let's see. I'm like,
Yeah, I remember the Electric Company. Yeah, definitely. What a fun night, man. It just brought back a lot of memories. Geez, who thought we were going to go down this rabbit hole?
I know, right? We actually did.
Yeah,
It's been chilling out.
yeah. It's a chill
Blast
out
of the
night.
past. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Double bubble. Yeah, I remember double bubble.
Double bubble. Reading Rainbow, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, double bubble.
Far
Yeah.
Side Gallery. Yeah.
Yeah. Drew says Reading Rainbow. Yep. Far Side Gallery. I remember Far Side Gallery.
What about what's the comic with the dog? And I'm trying to think. There's a comic with a dog.
You know, Gonzo, it's funny, you being an artist, a lot of these old school style cartoons and things like that, you know, they were all hand drawn back then, I'm sure. You know, so, you know, even Bugs Bunny back in the day. And in fact, I think that a lot of Bugs Bunny has been canceled, if I'm correct. You can't like get the old school, you know, where he's like in blackface and sings Mammy, things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's I don't think, you know.
Maybe one of these days I'll get to it. I'm not sure if I would get like taken off of YouTube, but I just thought it was funny because I found a lot of those old, like they're now banned cartoons, right? But I found a lot of them.
Cartoons?
Huh?
That's insane that they ban cartoons.
Yeah. Well, there's one, it's hilarious and it's just like, but people are just so offended by it because I would like to see like Jesse Lee Peterson's reaction to it, but there's a cartoon called Coal Black and the Seven Dwarves, and it's just a meme, bruh. It's funny.
Yeah, Dwayne says double bubble mini comic. I think that was Bazooka. Yeah, I think that was Bazooka. You know,
Bazooka Gum. Who was hotter, Betty or Veronica?
yeah, that's a tough one right there. Pop Rocks. Didn't the one kid supposedly die of Pop Rocks?
Yeah, and like drank some soda or something.
Yeah, Little Johnny or whatever his name was.
Mentos. I think you're thinking of Mentos.
No, it's definitely Pop Rocks.
Was it Pop Rocks?
Yeah, it was like Mikey. Mikey. Isn't that Life cereal, Mikey?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he died of Pop Rocks. Like ate a bunch of them and then they exploded in his stomach.
John Boston thought the same thing for a moment. I thought it was Flintstones.
Yeah.
But no, Archie Comics. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Mikey likes it. I'm pretty sure Mikey likes it. Died of Pop Rocks poisoning. You remember Pop Rocks?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. You can still get them, I think.
Yeah.
You can still get them. They've stuck around.
In my local convenience store, they just put that what's that ice cream I like? It's like the little pellets. What are they called?
Oh, Dippin' Dots.
Dippin' Dots. Those are so good. Yeah, Dippin' Dots are awesome.
There's your Pop Rocks right there. And let's see. Dippin' Dots. Let's get that on the screen. Oh man. There we go.
Yeah.
That's
so good.
Dippin' Dots, man.
Oh, I love them. And I think they're kept at like a super cold temperature. Like super cold.
Yeah, I think they gotta.
But I got like, you know, I've had a Disney pass. This is the first couple of years I haven't had one, but I've had one for quite a few years in a row. And like at Typhoon Lagoon and Blizzard Beach at Disney, you know, there's the water parks. A lot of fun, but they have Dippin' Dots there, and they are so good. You know.
Dippin' Dots.
Yeah, he says now we're laters. I think it's now or laters.
Now
Yeah.
and later.
Yeah.
Let me look that up.
Now or laters. Yeah, those were good. They're like a square, like came in a rack. Yeah, those were good. Dwayne Hicks. Dude, you got me good. The Razzles were awesome. Wasn't quite sure if it was gum or candy. I think that was their whole take on that. Once you chewed it up, do you remember Razzles? I'm sure you don't remember Razzles.
It sounds familiar.
Really?
Let me see if I can. Let me look it up.
Problem Man says those damn now or I think
Oh.
they're now or laters. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had these. I've had these before. I think they also call them. They have like a kind of a slightly different version. They call them bottle caps, right?
No.
Are
No,
these-
I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
maybe not.
Razzles is like it's like a candy gum. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, first it's candy, then it's
Then it's
gum.
gum.
Yeah, I was right. Yeah, I grew up with Razzles. Dwayne Hicks says Zots. Oh, I used to love Zots. Oh man. Yeah, they were kind of like Zots were like really sour.
Candy cigarettes. Oh man.
Yep.
Oh, I'm all
And the whole
zoomed in.
trick of the candy cigarette was, you know what the trick of it was?
What?
That when you put it in your mouth, you would blow out and it had the powdered sugar on it, so it would look like smoke.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Okay, it's now and later. It is now and later.
Is it now and laters?
These look like starbursts.
Yeah, but they were like super. Let's just say you didn't want to chew them because you couldn't pull your teeth apart. And if
Oh,
you didn't
okay.
pull your teeth apart, to pull your fillings or pull your teeth out, either one.
Amazing. What's another thing? You know what's dangerous to a child's health is Captain Crunch. That will destroy your mouth. Your
Yeah,
mouth-
your mouth.
It turns your mouth into a war zone. That's what
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah, but you know, I actually remember. I don't know when it was, but I think I was even older. But I remember that when they finally came out with just crunch berries by themselves, it was like the best thing in the world. And I'm sure I was like in college, like, oh my God, crunch berries.
Oh, Tony, tell me if you've seen this, right? But I was at the store recently and I saw that they now make like Captain Crunch pancake mix.
Ah,
And I
sounds
was
so good.
I was like, oh man, that's a
Yeah, the wax bottles. Yeah, I used to actually chew the wax too.
yep. I did that, yeah.
Necco wafers were awesome. That reminds me of my grandparents. Yep. Astro Pops. Yep. Yeah, I remember these, all the ones that looked like cigars and cigarettes. They wanted to get you smoking early back growing up when I was young. We're going to get you smoking early. Yeah.
Here's a poll for everybody. Red licorice or black licorice?
Oh, red. Yeah.
Red all the way.
Yeah.
I'm weird. Like recently I ended up buying some black licorice because I was just like,
All right.
screw it.
There's also a candy that I'm trying to think what the name of it is. I wonder if anybody remembers. There was a white stick, and it was like sweet tarts, and you used to dip it in it.
Dipstick. Like
Maybe it was called dipstick.
maybe it was a dipstick. I don't know. I know what you're talking about though. It was like let's look it up.
Yeah, but sour straws. See, now I called those pixie sticks. We used to grow up on pixie
Yep.
sticks. And anybody choke on those? You used to get the big ones at the ballpark.
Fun dip.
Fun dip. Okay.
Wonka brand fun dip. I'm pretty sure this is it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pixie sticks. I remember choking on them because then they had the real big ones. So when we used to go to the Little League parks, and you used to buy the big ones, and you pour them down your mouth, and it would just make your whole mouth dry up. It'd be like pouring sawdust in your throat. Fun dip.
Fun dip, yeah. And there's your pixie sticks
Yeah.
there. Another Wonka brand candy.
Yeah. Big League Chew. I remember that well, man. Big League Chew. It was do they still have Big League Chew?
I don't
It
know. I'm
was
looking it
red
up.
gum, so it looked like chewing tobacco.
Oh, I've never seen this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I remember Big League Chew big time.
Big,
All the baseball players chew. So
man, maybe I don't know. See, now I'm kind of torn. I don't know if I remember the gum that was like rolled up, right? You could get like a big roll of gum.
yeah.
But I
Yeah,
don't
no,
remember
that Big League Chew was awesome. Yeah. Bravo Man says atomic jawbreakers. Oh God, yeah. Oh, this is so funny. Candy necklaces. I absolutely remember those. I remember most of this stuff from the ballpark. We used to go. I used to play Little League, so and then go watch the games. And you go to the concession stand, they called it, and get all this stuff, candy necklaces, and yeah.
How about a ring pop?
Yep.
Ring pop. That's a classic right there.
He says, "You're a grown-ass man carrying Big League Chew." Oh, that's great, man. Some of this stuff I haven't heard of in years. Oh God.
Dude, we should all be like Tony and get some Big League Chew.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be
I
the same
remember ring
pressure.
pops. I remember ring pops. I remember a lot of this stuff, man.
Yeah, ring pops.
Yeah, there it is. You know what? Sugar babies are still awesome. I love sugar babies. It's basically a sugar daddy. It is. It's a sugar daddy. A sugar daddy is like a pops. It's like a not a popsicle, but a
okay,
what do you
here we
call
go.
it? Like just a.
What's the difference between this and a milk dud?
Those are real sugary.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the same. They're a sugar baby is like a small form of a sugar daddy. It is. Look up sugar daddy.
Sugar. I'm like, is this real? Are you pulling my leg right now?
No, sugar daddies. Sugar babies are like miniature sugar daddies.
Oh, sugar daddy and sugar mamas. Oh
Yeah,
man.
see? I told you.
What the?
Yeah.
I've never seen these in my life. Okay, one retro candy that is still around is Abba Zaba.
Never even heard of that.
Never. Oh, you never heard of that one? Let me see here. Abba. Is it 2 words? Abba Zaba.
Like, you know what? Dwayne says a Cadbury cream egg. You know what's funny is Easter was just passed, and at the convenience store, I grabbed me two Cadbury cream eggs. They were so good. They actually have a yellow yolk in them. I don't know if you guys know that. So.
No. Yeah, that's an Abba Zaba. That's a taffy with peanut butter. That's what it is.
Yeah, that one I've never heard of. Yeah, and the push-ups. Yeah, I remember the push-ups for sure. That's great.
Push pops.
This is good stuff, man. It just bringing back so many memories.
Cadbury cream eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when TV dinners was huge. When mom used to get TV dinners, that was a big deal. And they were, in aluminum. You actually had to put them in the oven.
See if I can find it. That's another thing that's in like a lot of like old school. Oh yeah, here we go. Like I love looking at old, illustrations and design work.
Yeah, that's
Stuff
it
like
right
that.
there.
You'll munch on delicious hot fried chicken in just 25 minutes. Improved Swanson TV brand frozen dinner.
I still like pot pies, man. Do you know who makes the Dwayne Hicks says Dum Dums?
Dum dums. Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, pot pies. And I'm going to throw this out there that if you really want a good pot pie, is Kentucky Fried Chicken has an incredible
Oh,
pot
wow.
pie for like $5.
See, like,
Incredible. So good.
I was first introduced through the banquet chicken pot pies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. No,
Yeah,
20%.
I mean, they're actually pretty good if they're cooked right.
Yeah. Yeah. Put them in the oven, man. Let's see. Salisbury steak.
Yeah, those actually I could still eat those.
Salisbury steak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parents get the pig Bergina eggs wrapped in the big colored paper. That I don't remember. And I definitely remember blow pops for sure. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, good old pot pies, man.
Yeah.
They're still good.
Classic.
Yeah, it's funny because I had a customer, I think it was probably about a year and a half ago, and we went to lunch, and he had some medical issues, older couple, and we went to lunch at Kentucky Fried Chicken, and this was we're talking, I don't know, probably 30 miles or so from my house. It's in actually Cocoa, Florida, and there's not a Kentucky Fried Chicken around here, but it's up there, and they were talking about they love the pot pies from Kentucky Fried Chicken. So the next day at lunch, I brought them back a couple pot pies from Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they just absolutely loved it. Yeah, Pez, yeah,
Pez.
yeah, yeah.
Nerds. Oh man, those things were so damn sour. That's what I remember from that.
You know what's funny, Runaway Train, is I have an ice cream truck that comes down my road every weekend now. Yeah. Been coming down for a long time. Always Sunday afternoons. I hear the music and they come down. Yep. Pixie sticks and the large pixie sticks. Nerds. Yeah. Yeah, the Pez. The Pez was killer.
Pez. I don't know if I'm exactly nostalgic for the taste of Pez. I don't remember.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Had nothing to do with the actual candy.
Yep. It was just cool. It just looked cool. It was like it just dispensed it, and it was neat. It was satisfying. That's what it was.
Yeah, bomb pops. Yeah, that's all that stuff, like the bomb pops and all the Pez and all that stuff reminds me of the ballpark. Yeah. Long Boy's coconut. Those I don't remember. That might be a little bit of a southern thing.
I'll look that up.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, check this out. I make homemade pot pies for my kids." Oh, that sounds cool, man.
I'm scared.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm scared to look up Long Boy's coconut in the image search.
Yeah, I know. John Boston said, "Wonder if they make a CME Pez edition." That would be classic. Oh God, that's funny.
Man, you'd have everything. You'd have so you'd have Rolo, and you got everybody in there.
Black Taffy. Yep. Yeah, Problem Man says, "Can we go back to 7-year-olds?" Yep. That's the truth, man. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just funny. It just brings back a lot of memories, man, growing up, all the stuff. I mean, what else did you like when you were a kid besides candy and crap? I mean, and jarts.
Jarts.
So you'd be eating crap and jarts. Yep. Yeah, Dwayne, Swedish Fish. Yep, for sure.
Swedish Fish.
Yep. John Boston said, "I want my Scrooge McGooch Pez."
You know what? I'm not sure if I've ever seen. Have you seen these Long Boys coconut?
I have now. Now I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's one other one too I'm trying to think of now, which is really good. That reminds me of that.
Tootsie Rolls.
Something to do with a cow, though.
Oh.
I can't think of the name of them, but it's the same thing. Has to do with a cow. I can't remember the name of it.
I don't know. BB guns were cool. They're
Yeah.
still cool. You can still get them, thankfully.
Yeah. I got my Daisy 880 right here. That's what I hunted my rats with. That's how this all started, AMA. What did we hunt? Well, I hunted rats. And I taped my super light to it with a rubber band. Yeah, I remember Mary Jane's. Yep.
Mary Jane candy.
Yep.
What about Mr. Bones candy?
Well, Dwayne says I better go to bed. Nodding off here. Got to get up early. Yeah, me too. Actually, I've got you know what? It's super late for me here. I mean, it's 1:30, but I have like the easiest day in the world tomorrow. I've got to one of my customers, they're out of town, and I've got to close up their house with hurricane shutters.
Oh man.
And so it's about as mindless work as you could ask for. And I got to put a couple of the ventilated shelving up, which, you know, so I got a really chill day tomorrow. So I don't. Yeah, and Primal Man says pogo stick. Yeah, those things were dangerous. Jeez. Yeah.
So
Well, I remember
things.
growing up we used to throw jarts while we were bouncing on the pogo stick.
What the?
John Boston says goodnight, Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne, thanks for joining us tonight, man. It's been a fun. It's like a trip down memory lane here. Tony hunts rats on a pogo stick. Yeah, this is great. He says, yeah, I remember. Do they have toys inside of they used to have real toys?
See, now I think they just have digital downloads.
Really?
Yeah, it sounds like a joke, but I think that's really what it is. I think it's like an online thing.
Let me tell you something. I think there was a store. Gonzo, fact check this.
Yeah.
I think all this nostalgic stuff that we're talking about, and if I'm correct, it's called Vermont Country Store. Why don't you fact check that? And I think you can still get all this stuff. I think it's called Vermont Country Store.
Vermont Country Store.
And I am definitely going to see if I can get some Big League Chew.
I found it. Purveyors of the practical and hard to find.
Yeah, it's called Vermont Country Store. So if anybody's looking for any of this stuff like we're talking about, I mean, when I found this place, I'm like, wow. There was a cereal I was looking for. Do you guys remember, God, what's the name of it? It's not Quiz. It's, what's the name of the cereal? And I remember last time I checked. God, what's the name of it? Oh, I can't remember. So tell us about Vermont Country Store. What do they have? Pretty much everything we talked about, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at an image here. It looks like they have. It's old school. It almost gives me like a country crock vibe.
There it is. Quisp.
Okay.
That's
Quisp.
the one. Yeah, Quisp. He knew what I was talking about. I said quiz. He said Quisp. Yeah, nailed it. Quisp. Yeah, it's kind of like you're basically like Captain Crunch, I think.
I'm looking that up right now. Let's see.
He says, Drew says, he said he just got a Vermont Country Store catalog in the mail. Lots of as seen on TV stuff too. Yeah. Yeah, and I remember Kicks. Do they still have Kicks? Yeah.
Yeah. Quisp looks like honeycomb cereal or like cornflakes almost. That's interesting.
No, Quisp was more like I want to say it was more like a corn kind of, maybe like it reminded me, I want to say, it's been so long, but I remember it used to be my favorite, but I think it was more like Captain Crunch. Maybe not.
Yeah. Like this to me just looks like honeycomb cereal almost.
Yeah, honeycombs are still good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great. Cookie Crisp. I'll tell you a story about Cookie Crisp. Is that somebody that moved into me, their father was like one of the big guys for, I don't know who was it. I don't think it's Ralston Purina. I'm trying to think who made Cookie Crisp. But we had all the Cookie Crisp we wanted. But we were like probably like 16, 15. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's the unfortunate thing about all these amazing candies and cereals and everything we talked about. I'm sure they all have soy and they all have like weird stuff in them now.
Probably now, yeah.
Yeah.
When it just used to be sugar and gum. I mean, Count Chocula. Oh, absolutely. I actually was more of a Frankenberry guy, but that was just me. Yeah.
Count Chocula, and then you had there was like a ghost one.
Yeah, I don't know which that one was. Well, a lot of the stuff, I guess, lasted the test of time. Some did, some didn't.
What makes a product stick in people's memories like that? What makes a product last?
Oh, there it is, Booberry. Yeah,
Booberry.
Yeah, yeah. General Mills, that's it. General Mills made Cookie Crisp. Yep, and that's Pennsylvania, if I'm correct, right, Drew? Yeah, that's Pennsylvania. I want to say it's right near Philly, like King of Prussia, that area.
Isn't the Hershey's factory also in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
The cereal with the clown. The cereal with the clown. Oh, man.
Cocoa Pebbles. Yeah, Cocoa Pebbles was good. Yeah, I remember this.
Crinkles.
I remember the cereal boxes with the record you'd cut out on the back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny as hell.
I actually have I have some recordings of those, like an archive of those. Yeah.
Well, good stuff, guys, man. What a fun time. I didn't expect to be on here for 4.5 hours talking about Fruity Pebbles and Quisp. God, everything else we talked about started out with lawn jarts and
video games and everything.
Yeah, video games, the lawn jarts and
blockbusters.
I mean, the reality of it is that, it's funny we talk about all this stuff, but even going back to like video games and then even before that, the things that we did when we were younger to when there was no video games. So, that's just, I think that's really cool. Yeah. I remember just being outside and doing things. So, and maybe that's the reason why you don't see kids outside anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see parks filled or, things like that. Why do that when you can just sit at home?
iPads and Netflix and
yeah. It's crazy. Even little kids, you see them on their phones now. So, yeah.
It's an unfortunate thing. Yeah.
Great to pass the time. People pass the time a lot like this long ago. Yeah, that's true, man. Just it's funny because, we're all in different places right now, obviously, but that's what makes this great is that we can still talk about these old times. And I think about like the old timers, my grandfather and people like that, how they used to talk about their old times, what they did, So to me, it doesn't seem that far back. It really doesn't, but I guess the moral of the story is how time flies, and how things change, whether you want it to or not. So, has technology made things better? I'm going to say probably not. I think it made things easier, but I don't think it's made things better. So,
I
Yeah.
haven't actually read it yet, but I have the I was tell me if any of you guys have read it, but it's the like the Unabomber manifesto, and that's what it was about. He was talking about like how technology has ruined everything, and so I'm kind of actually interested to read it because I don't know. We'll just see what some crazy guy has to say about it. But
there's so many rabbit holes. Like when we talked about disposable society, I think that's kind of what happened with technology. It made some things better and some things worse. I think it made the younger generation not to experience I'll say the good things in life and the real things in life. Everything is virtual, and virtual isn't always the way to live. I enjoy everybody that comes on here. I'm glad we could, chat and talk about some of these old school things that we talked about tonight. Is really cool. And I mean, Gonzo, you're young, so some of the things I'm sure there's a lot of things you haven't seen or heard that we talked about, but when you talk with like Boston Runaway Train and then where is he here? Who hit the road here not that long ago? Yeah, Dwayne. Yep, Dwayne. I'm not sure if he's still in here, but yeah, he's still here, I think, or maybe not. But yeah, it's kind of cool to kind of look back on some of these things when you're, growing up, and it's just kind of cool to look back on the things that you grew up with, and you'll do the same thing. I hope, Gonzo. I mean, it all depends. Everybody has their, you can see Primal Man kind of a little bit different era behind me. So, but everybody has their gadgets and their toys and, but I don't remember anybody, dying of jarts growing up. I'm sure I got hit with them. The whole idea was like, don't get too close,
Yeah.
So
they they gave kids a lot more credit back then, I feel.
Yeah.
They gave kids a lot more credit. I mean, you used to be able to get a job as a kid at one point.
Yeah. Look at that. Drew says he's going to get some big league chew and watch the Tony V10 on Betamax. Yeah. Good for you. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna look. I know I've seen Big League Chew. I would say I can still get it. I've seen it somewhere, so I gotta say it's still around. Yeah. Yep. And Runaway Train says, yeah, we lost something with tech, our humanity mostly. Yep. In his honest opinion. Great chatting with you. Great chatting with you, man. Come back again. We'll have to do a nostalgia show and get all you guys on the panel some night. Get John Boston and Drew and Dwayne Hicks and Runaway Train and just get everybody. And, I think it'd be a fun night just talking about these things. Because I think what happens is every time somebody brings something up, I just sit there and go, I remember that. I remember that, I just hope, nowadays the kids have something more to remember than playing with their iPad.
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, to me, all you had to do was give me a bag of Army Men and plastic Army Men, and I was good to go for as long as I needed, And then if I could find a pack of matches, of course, you'd always light a couple of the heads on fire of the enemy, and then drip a few drops on your toes, and you go screaming back to mama. So.
By the way, I'm just going to point out that I can get Big League Chew, but I have to order it from the UK. And I don't know how old it is either.
Oh, God, I'm going to write that down right now because next time you see me, I'm going to have Big League Chew. Yeah, I am. Because I'm pretty sure it's at the convenience store local. I'm going to put that right at the top. Big League Chew.
That's great.
Yep.
I keep Big League Chew under my beard. The longer it gets, the more I can hold, says Primal Man. Oh.
That and some candy cigarettes. I'll be smoking them things. You talk about something to smoke on.
We're gonna have a candy show one of these
Yeah.
days. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still gonna have to remember that whatever they are, the cow things, cowtails.
Cowtails.
Isn't that what they're called?
That sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
This is so much nostalgia packed into one night. I'm like, what the? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Cowtails. It almost looks like the Long Boys coconut thing. But
Yeah, remember that's what I was saying. That's what
yeah.
it reminded me of. Yep.
Mhm.
Cowtails. I knew it was cow something. Yep.
Mhm.
Drew, we'll end it on this one. Future quote. I'll never forget my 3rd generation iPad. Yeah. Yeah. Let's hope not. That's just in a way that's kind of sad, but that's, it's the sad truth. I just hope a lot of kids and, if you're a parent, just God, get your kids outside, man. Take away, I like what Michael Foster said, that his kids can't have a phone until they get a job with a W-2. That's a good bit of information, right there for somebody raising kids. But you know what it is? It'd be hard. Think about a kid that, like, every kid in the school has a cell phone and, they don't. And I think it's the pressure on the parents is what causes that. You know what I mean? So,
It's a mess.
yeah, I mean, we live in different times, so people got to deal with it. So I think there is a happy median, right? So
yeah. And my hope is that, and I don't think this is going to happen, but my hope is just that it's not going to be like, oh man, I'm so nostalgic for those days when when we didn't have to wear masks and get a jab.
Yeah.
Oh man, crazy times.
yeah.
I smoke some Big League Chew in my pipe. Oh man.
I'm gonna get that's on my list tomorrow is Big League Chew. And one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do like a giveaway. I'm gonna give away Big League Chew on this channel.
That's a good meme. I like it.
Yeah, Drew, we'll have to do that. I'll get together and do a nostalgia stream, we'll call it.
Big League Chew stream.
Yeah. And I'll chew Big League Chew. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up, man. I appreciate everybody. What a good time, man. Just, I didn't expect to be on here for 4.5 hours tonight, but it is what it is. I had a great time. It felt like I was sitting around with my boys and just chatting about the good old days, and, nobody said Sonny to Gonzo.
That's true, man.
Sonny boy.
Oh, well, here's how we used to do it.
This is how we used to do it.
We get our Big League Chew and we put it in our pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, I would love this stuff. So.
Yeah. All right, guys. Cheers, man. Good times. John Boston, Drew, Runaway Train. Where is he again? What was his name? Jesus, I'm so tired right now. I can't even think.
Links. We had Links earlier.
Yeah, we had Links. Where is he? Damn it. Dwayne Hicks. Yep. Hicks, yeah, I think he crashed out earlier. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. Good times. Yep.
Good times. Yep.
Cheers. Had a great time. There he is, Runaway Train. Yep, Links is still here too. Just the good old boys. Yeah, man. All right. We'll leave it with John Boston's quote here. Good night. I'm getting some Big League Chew to chomp on while listening to Tony Bruno course on how to meet a high-quality woman. Exactly. And I appreciate you ordering that with the overnight service. Yeah. So not sure who got the money on that one. Just saying. But
Big League
cheers, guys. Much love, honor, and respect always.